Alrighty, Gabriel here with another Wildfrost tier list. Now, this is going to be a long one, so definitely if you want to skip around, there will be chapter markets. Chapter markets? Apparently we're buying chapters now. No, chapter markers down below. And I don't know how many hours this is going to be, but I'm committed if you're committed, so this is the default tier listing. Sorry, I should have done this before. That's just me, sloppy old Gabriel here. I'm going to not put any in a haven't tried enough category. I'm just going to say that there's an F tier. That's all I'll do to differentiate it. And we'll give it like a gray or something. Yeah, so we'll go S, A through F. Okay. So a few caveats. This is going to be similar to my companion tier list where I do these with the intention that every run I'm doing is a true ending run. So 3-bell difficulty with the true ending enabled. Thus, if you are sort of wanting to keep yourself spoiler free, this is definitely not the video for you. So that's your warning to get on out of here. Anyway, so with that in mind, you know, when I say true ending, we really want to keep in mind that, in my opinion, this will generally be the most difficult fight on any run. Just in a general sense, it's not obviously not always true, but there's definitely a skew that I give to the usefulness of an item if it is generally just not useful in the final fight. But that's not to say that I don't value the fights leading up to them. It's just that I do kind of devalue them if they are eventually going to be useless to me, considering that, you know, that in my opinion is going to be the hardest fight most of the time. Okay, so the first one we start with here is Berry Bell. This is a default Shademancer card. So if we go on up to Berry Bell, increase the maximum health by 1, which it also counts as a heal, if that matters. You know, something like a little berry. So increase the max health by 1, and it's barrage, so it gets to happen to the whole floor. It's pretty low impact, in my opinion, at really all stages of the game. Even like the first few fights, is 1 health really breaking the bank? Not really. It also doesn't benefit that much from some charms. The one charm I will say that it definitely benefits from, though, is the cake charm. So nice thing about cake charm is it usually will find a target, and you're just guaranteed to have one when you're playing Shademancer. So boost effect by 5 and gain consume, so it just becomes a 1 and done, but 6 health to your whole row. That becomes a pretty good card. So there is some upside with it, but in general, I don't think it's like very impactful a lot of the times. It can be nice though, like sometimes, like say you have a Shade Wisp, that's the card that summons an enemy. I mean, we'll get to that one eventually, but it summons an enemy with only 1 health. You can get 1 extra health even just so it can survive attacking and losing its 1 health, as summons tend to do when they attack. And by tend to do, I mean always do. But yeah, overall, it's just a very non-impactful card most of the time. Very unexciting. I don't think it's that great, but it is just kind of barely breaking the plateau of solid, shall we say. Plateau, I don't know if that's the right word, but we'll stick with it. So Berry Bell C tier. And then we have this is the Haze card. I'll have to look up the name, but it's the one that recycles 2 and allows you to pick the target. I'm sure it's like Haze something. Haze Keg. So apply 1 haze, you get to pick the target, recycle 2. Now recycle 2 is generally the highest recycle amount you're going to find on any card. So that's already a big price to pay, right? You're not going to typically add a recycle 2 card to a deck that doesn't have additional junk generation. You know, you have your initial 1 junk in a Clunk Master starting deck, and then you have the junk head. That's the clunker that generates junk on hit. And that's it. So if you're generally going to find at least the option to add other cards that generate junk, but that might not happen for a while. So Haze Keg can be just awkward to take, right? If you take it prior to getting some generators, it's kind of a dead card. And I'd even argue, even if you do have pretty good junk generation, I think there's generally better options for recycling your cards, but sometimes there just isn't a better option. So Haze Keg's often a card I'm not like on the lookout to add, but if I am in need of recycle, it is okay, right? Like Haze is pretty good unless you're against an enemy with significant frenzy, right? So like King Moko would be an example, or I forget his name, the Warthog boss. What is his name? The Hog boss, Razor. So, some of these bosses or enemies have a bunch of frenzy, but not a whole lot of them. So the thing with Haze, if you're not aware, it only applies per attack. It's not per trigger. So, or not per turn, I should say. It is per trigger. But if an enemy has frenzy, they have multi-strike. Haze only applies to the first strike, which I think is super lame, by the way. I think they should absolutely change that. It's completely inconsistent with like Frost and all these other debuffs. I think if they did that, this card would be a bit better because I really need it to just kind of be a catch-all. Like I need Haze to pull me out of any situation for it to be worth it, right? Because again, Recycle 2 is a huge price to pay. But that being said, Haze still works against most enemies quite well, right? There's not that many enemies in the game that do multi-strike. They're just, unfortunately, happen to be some of the worst ones that you really need the Haze against. It just isn't going to work against. But all that being said, I think the price to pay for it, for the payoff, is not stellar. So to me, it's another C tier card, Haze Keg. Now, the starter cards, by the way, so Berry Bell is a starter card, Haze Keg is not a starter card, right? It's a little weird to evaluate them also, because I'm evaluating starter cards as starter cards, right? Like how you're never offered a starter card, right? Be interesting if you were to be able to, with maybe some weird node that would allow you to do that. That'd be interesting, but as of now, at least the current patch, the only way you could get multiples is if you were to dupe it. So there is a little bit of that too, but I am also just kind of rating similar starter cards against one another. So like when I rate this card here, which is a Shademancer starting snow card, like I'm kind of rating it against the other clan's snow starters. I'm not necessarily rating it against something like a Snowcake, right? Because obviously it's not going to be as good as a Snowcake, but I am rating it against stuff like Snowstick, which is the Snow Dweller starting snow card. I'm not really rating it against Storm Globe, right? Even though I do think it holds up pretty well against Storm Globe or Super Snower for that matter. Talking is hard, isn't it? Where's the Snowzooka? And Snowzooka, that would be like the other thing I'm rating this card against. Is it not here? It doesn't appear to be here, does it? SN. What am I missing? Oh, no, okay, it's there. Blah. Alphabet's hard. The alphabet is indeed hard. So Snowzooka, that is the other one. But, if we look at this card here, Blizzard Bottle. I'll never remember the name of that card, I'll be honest. But Blizzard Bottle, a.k.a. the Shademancer starting snow card. I think it's really good. I think it's the best of the starting snow cards. So it applies 3 snow, and it doesn't do any damage, but it does count as a hit, which I think is generally an advantage considering a lot of the times, especially early, right? Something with the starting cards is we're obviously evaluating what it does throughout the whole run, but there is some extra skew toward the start of a run because when you start the first fight, that's literally all you have is your starting deck. And then second fight, you may not have even added a card, or an item card at least, depending on which map path you chose. So first 3 fights, you're really just working mainly with your starting deck. So what does Blizzard Bottle get me in that case? Well, it definitely applies more snow. on average than the other ones do, right? So 3 snow. Snow stick only applies 2 all the time. Snowzooka only applies 2 unless it can get critical. However, I would say that over half the time you cannot comfortably get critical out of Snowzooka. So I think the expected snow and the reliable snow that I'm getting out of bottled, whatever the name of the card we're talking about right now is better than Snowzooka. And obviously it's better than Snowstick. And I think the fact that Snowstick has 1 damage is mainly a downside in the first few fights, I think, personally. I think because you're so often wanting to snow the gobbling to get extra gold, accidentally doing too much damage and having it die is a downside of Snowstick compared to those. Also, just the fact that it does more snow, I think, gives it more longevity of usefulness throughout the run. So, like, I really don't like Snowstick, and to a certain extent, Snowzooka in the final battle, for example. You know, a big part of this final battle here is locking down Frost Crusher, in particular, the guy that gains 2 on attack. And you're just not going to really get that out of Snowstick and often Snowzooka unless you can really reliably get the critical, which in my eyes, you reliably get it less even in the late game because you're typically drawing more in your hands and you're cycling your hands more often. So like it's just less likely to hit the critical. And also, you know, you'll get the Lumin Vase, which doubles effects. I have definitely in many cases... if I never found a Snowcake in particular and I really needed the snow, I have definitely put the Lumin Vase on Blizzard Bottle. Whereas like Lumin Vase and Snowstick is not a gigantic help, right? It's only going to 4 snow, whereas a Blizzard Bottle is going to 6 snow. 6 snow is quite a lot. 4 snow, you're still like not super happy with that, in my opinion. So I think all things considered, I might as well rate all 3 of these since I kind of talked about all of them. Like, I'm gonna put Blizzard Bottle in A. I think it's definitely the best starting snow card. Also, like the most likely to, like I have definitely shade-manced, you know, duped this card plenty of times, Blizzard Bottle. Whereas like I haven't done it that much with the other cards because it just doesn't seem quite as good. I think Snowstick is pretty bad, personally. I put in the C tier, and I think that's being generous to it. I think this card is often overlooked for how bad it is. Yeah, you do start with 2 of them, but that doesn't really matter. I might also add just my general frustration with Snow Dwellers is that they're called Snow Dwellers, and they're the only... If you look at all these items, they're the only group that does not actually have additional snow application. You know, even the Shade Dwellers have the Yeti Skull. But Snow Dwellers literally have none. You know, Clunk Masters have this Recycle card. There are none for... You know, the only things available are neutral cards. So, like, they're named the Snow Dwellers, and they're literally the worst at applying snow, because their starting deck is the worst at applying snow, and then they have less options at applying snow. So it's like... I think it's, like, extra bad, just the fact that... And again, you know, the way I look at it, even though Snow Dwellers start with 2 snow cards and the other clans start with 1, that just doesn't matter to me that much, because it's a game where your cards are judged based on their value as a single card. You know, I don't judge my ability to play 2 of these cards, because playing 2 cards is a world of difference between playing 1 card. You know, 1 just reduces the cooldown of everybody by 1. You know, to play 2 cards to basically get barely much more snow than this card is not a good deal. So it's kind of why I don't rake the Snowstick that high. And we'll put Snowzooka in between them. I think that it's definitely better than the stick because it has the critical, but it's not gigantically better. It is also better, I think, because it doesn't do any damage, though. I think it's definitely going to make you more money on average. I really don't think that the damage component of the snow stick is a positive in almost most cases. And sometimes you need to hit your own guys with snow too, and I can't because they're like close to death. And Snowstick just screws that up. And then the next one we got here is the Tigris Mask. And I'll be honest, I really don't think it's very good. I think that Shademancers suffer from two... basically, the summon cards need a rework, in my opinion, for Shademancer. So we can't really talk about Tigris Mask without also talking about this Tigris thing. So it's just a low health unit, 4 health, but it's needing to get hit to get value, which doesn't make much sense. At least it doesn't have like a cooldown, so it's not randomly losing health due to being a summon, but yeah, forgive me if I'm just not that impressed by this unit. Plus, keep in mind, the item doesn't even, it's a consume item for some reason. That's another thing that kind of irks me. So you only play it once, you can't like play a bunch of them. If I could play a bunch of them, maybe now we're talking, right? Now maybe the 4 health isn't such a downside, but when it's just a 1 unit, like how can I really make a game plan that involves this thing? Even if it's just like a small time contributor, I don't really know what it does. I guess you just summon it, and it's like a one-time bomb, because most of the stuff in the late game is going to kill you at 4 health, especially in the Frost fight, right? In the Frost, what do we want to call it? The true ending fight, I guess. You know, anything here is going to kill it. And it might as well be in Companion, because it consumes, right? Like, the fact that it's a summon is weird. Like, what does it even get me as a summon? All it does, really, is makes it so I can't apply many charms to it, right? Like, I can't apply some health charms to it. I can't apply a block charm to it. Things that would actually make it useful. Even a lamb charm, I can't, like, it's like 2 health and there's no attack on it. To be honest, off the top of my head, I don't even know if it allows you to apply the lamb charm to it. But even if it does, it's just a measly 2 health. Sweet, right? Like the fact that it's not just, it's just completely redundant with the fact that there's already a Taiga, there's already a Tusk. Why does this need to exist? I think they could just remove this or rework it entirely. I hate it. There's also just like, I'll talk about them later, but there's like cards like Skullmist T that like, or like a Van Jun, and they just don't interact with Tigris. So it's like a lot of the summons available to Shademancers do not have any actual attack, making them not actually synergize with a ton, like Devacrow and stuff like that. Like, it's just like, it really, the clan suffers. I used to think that Snowmancer or Snowdweller and Shademancer were pretty equal, and obviously Clunkmaster is obviously the best group. Like, there's no questioning that. But I've kind of come around to it. Like, I do think that Shademancer is the worst clan. I still think they have a good starting deck. I think that's one of their strengths, and they definitely have some good cards. But there's too many cards like this that just don't make sense. So for me, based on principle, I do want to make it F tier, but realistically, I think it's D tier. I think technically it does something. You know, you can put it down, let it gain a bunch of teeth. Maybe you can find a palm juice for it and actually have it do something worthwhile. Like, there is definitely some upside with it. Like, I have seen screenshots of people that like palm juiced it and then blank masked it and stuff, but it's like, dude, bring me any card in the game and let me palm juice and blank mask it, and it's gonna do well, you know. So this could be a potato, and it would do well with that combo. So for me, I think it's crap. I don't like the design of it. I think it either just remove it entirely or work it into something else. It just doesn't make any sense where it's at right now. And then we have Dragon Pepper, and this is probably the worst. This is also a mechanic that needs to be reworked. Let's be honest. Spice is just not working. I mean, it can work, but why even do it when every other mechanic in the Snow Dwellers is just objectively better, right? So Dragon Pepper, it's a consume, which again, similar to Tigris Mask, really limits what you can do with this card. So 7 Spice Consume, and you know, unlike a lot of these others consume buff cards, it's Spice, so it's a one and done. unless you literally get one specific clunker. I'm not going to pull it up, but there's one clunker that has one scrap, so it's not that survivable by default. But yeah, it makes your spice permanent. Nothing else really interacts with spice. I think there's a lot of things they could do with spice to make it usable, but I won't really get into them. I'll just talk about spice as it exists in the current patch, and I will say that it can be useful if you have a barrage unit or a unit with a good amount of frenzy. But even then, Dragon Pepper is like, it's a one and done. So, and there's nothing you can do to remove the consume in this game, or even bring stuff back from consume currently. So the fact that it's a consume makes it pretty bad in my eyes. And I don't know. The only way Dragon Pepper's ever making it into my deck is if I somehow already have that clunker, the spice clunker, or if it's a treasure and just everything else sucks. And this is just the least sucky one, because I just can't like expect this to do a whole lot for me. But I will say, one time 7 spice buff, I could certainly do worse in terms of cards. So I'm tempted to go D tier, but I do think it's probably around a C tier technically. You know, if I look at the other cards in this tier, I think it makes sense. Like, it's not a card that just straight up sucks. It's just such an underwhelming card. It's rare anything C or below I would go out of my way ever to add to a deck. Usually anything C and below, if they are not starter cards, we're just kind of picking the least bad card in that case when we're forced to take a card. And then obviously certain situations can change that, but that's just the general way I view these. A B on up is generally desirable in most cases, even though B I would even say is not necessarily super desirable, but we'll get there soon. So Sunset Box, this is a starter card for Clunkmaster, and I do think it's pretty good. There's definitely some downsides to it. You know, we should probably evaluate Sunrod, Sunburst, Tootoo, and Sun Box all together, similar to like we did with those the snow cards, snow starters. So, but since we'll just start with Sunset Box because it's the most unique between the two. The other two are essentially the same, but Sunrod is obviously better in most cases. I will talk about Tootoo though a little bit. So Sunsong Box, it has some downside compared to these in that the actual steroid on the counter is obviously not as good, right? 1 counter is quite a lot different than 2 counter. So it's not going to like gigantically jump a unit ahead of its turn order, typically, unless it's right there. So it does have that downside. It also, the increase attack by 1 can definitely be sometimes a downside. I think overall it is a positive, but there are some units like Snoffle, for example, that it will not allow you to use Sunsong Box on it because it doesn't have any capability to attack. So, but that's really like one or something. Yeah, there's not many examples of that, right? Maybe Taiga is another one. So like, okay, Taiga's not an example because it's not in the clan. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. So really, there's not many units that Sunsong Box doesn't work on that are available to Clunkmaster, but there are some, right? So that's really and then obviously it requires recycle. That is sometimes a downside, but mostly in my opinion, it's an upside. You know, if I were to generalize, at least the way I play, I will almost always find a card that an additional card beyond my starting cards that generate junk, whether it's a companion, whether it's an item, whether it's both. Generally, I'm going to have stuff that generates junk added to my deck. And if I were to further generalize, I'm not always getting extra recycle cards, though. Like, I think a lot of the recycle cards aren't quite that amazing. Some are, but in that sense, it's like I sometimes might add just a little bit of extra junk, right? Like maybe I add a Skaven, but I don't really have, I'd have to like go out of my way to add other recycle cards. So in that case, it can be nice just that Sunsong Box is available as a default card in the deck that recycles, and every now and then I've duped it even. So just to get that extra recycle, but I don't want to end up adding like say that Haze Keg or something in some cases, because it just wouldn't be that good for me. And yeah, it does a lot at once too, right? You know, I really like using it on a card like Jumbo, for example, who already has a pretty low counter, so usually just reducing the counter by 1 is good enough, and then I'm getting the attack up slowly but surely. It's not a great user of Cake Charm, though, because the recycle goes to 6, so there's not necessarily a gigantic ceiling with this. I think it's maybe... It's between A to B, I feel. I feel like it's maybe B. But, like, maybe better than Snowzooka. Like, B+, we'll say. We might shift them around, we'll see. And then, you know, and I can close this now. Then Sunrod versus Sunburst Tootoo, I think they're both really good. I do generally think Sunrod's better because the Tootoo's damage can be a downside. You know, you're in a clan that has the least, even though they start with Berry Bell, they really don't have much else for defensive options other than the neutral cards, right? That's a big downside of the clan as well. If they want to redo Tigris Mask, that could be something they do, like some sort of summon that does similar stuff to a little berry or a kernel, right? Just an idea to throw out there. But in general, you know, also if you have a fragile summon, something like a drag, it can be really tough sometimes because it has that low 4 health. Every time it attacks, it loses a health. So then to lose another health on top, that's pretty risky. But that being said, I have actually found that the damage is quite useful, which I will admit might be a little hypocritical from me saying that the damage on Snowstick is often bad, but fact of the matter is, I don't know, you can see it in my videos, like for whatever reason, like especially if I've removed some tar blades, like particularly in the Crunker fight, just ability to remove some scrap is pretty nice with Sunburst Tootoo. And getting your own units to reduce cooldown on that fight often doesn't mean much, especially if it's generating a lot of like ice boxes and spike walls. So like, it actually has an advantage over Sunrod in that case. I think all things considered, they're very close enough in value that they're not worth being in different tiers. I would just say that the Sunrod goes ahead of the Sunburst Tootoo, but there's definitely some situations like that Crunker fight where Sunburst Tootoo shines quite a bit more, but I think on average the damage is going to be a downside, so I'll just say it's like maybe A- tier, while the Sunrod is like A+, something like that. And then we have the Azul Candle. Azul Candle is just kind of like the objectively worse version of Vesta. You know, you put a Vesta down, it has a bunch of health, so it can already eat up some hits, but then it just starts doing Azul Candle's job over and over again, instead of having to play the card every single time. I think the problem with the... Where is it? Where's the candle? Azul Candle, right? Yeah. So, and again, I realize I'm being a bit inconsistent with how I evaluate these random cards that kind of randomly have one attack 1, but I do find the attack 1 generally to be a downside. I don't know, it's just... The math, it's not really a downside late game. Like, it's definitely good in the in that Crunker fight, as we've said, to just be able to do damage. But I don't know. Like, a lot of the early to mid fights, it's really just not good to have Azul Candle in your deck. It's such a dead card, and even if you do have some overburn, just the math works out weird. Like. It can be fine if Battle Axe is your application, but if like Azul Skull is your application, I find it's often kind of weird because like you'll get a unit that's maybe at say 5 health with 4 overburn, and even with Battle Axe this kind of happens sometimes. maybe like 4 health with 3 overburn. And then unfortunately the way Azul Candle works is it'll do the 1 damage first, and if that brings it down to the current overburn amount, it just blows up at that amount and it doesn't even double the overburn. So like, I think the 1 damage is usually a downside. And beyond that, as we've said, it's just like, it's doing Vesta's job, but quite a lot worse. There's not like a gigantic amount of upside with charms as well with this thing. It's a card that I'll take if it seems like I have to. It is not a card I expect to fit into most decks, and that includes most decks that have Overburn present, just because typically at best it's just doing what the other cards did anyway. Like, it's very rare in most fights, other than the final fight really, for your like, say I have an Azul Skull in the deck and a Battle Axe, like, even if I have both of them and then I have a candle, like, I'm telling you, the usual case for that candle is that it's a dead draw first cycle through, and then the next cycle through, it's usually only going to apply 4 overburn or 3 overburn. Very rarely is it going to apply 7 overburn. And because how often are you going to put Azul Candle and the Battle Axe onto the same unit? Probably not that likely. And I don't know. You have to have quite a lot of overburn for Candle to make sense, I feel. But that being said, if I'm really looking forward to the end fight and I don't have a Vesta, or I don't, but I do have some overburn, and like, I just don't have a good way to handle the final battle, then Azul Candle can be an okay pickup. But that's pretty much the only reason I would ever take Candle. I would only take it if specifically in this fight it seems like I need it to win, and I would not expect it to be a smooth run either. I would absolutely be on my A game because I know it's not going to be an easy final battle. It's very rare that this can high roll so hard that it just deletes everything. Usually we're talking about several plays of Candle to get it to that 90 health threshold or whatever you need it to get to. So don't count on Candle to do much for you. That being said, I'm still going to rank it C because it's a win condition, and it's been a win condition to me several times, but it has never been a great run when that's the case. I'm in for a tough one if Candle is my my game plan. And then we have the other Haze card. This is the one that doesn't require any recycle, but it's aimless, so you can't actually reliably put it on anything. What is the name of it? Foggy Brew. And I guess it does damage, or it does a hit technically, which may or may not be useful. I would say generally not useful, but I don't know. This one's not very reliable. It's definitely a card though that fits into that, like, if I'm forced to take a card, I could definitely do worse, right? The problem with a card like this is, you know, Wildfrost doesn't really afford you a whole lot of turns where you can just sort of play this in hopes that it hits the card that you need it to hit. You know, those are not the type of things to build around in a run that will have you win streaking. So I don't think it's a super reliable card, obviously, with the aimless. I mean, every now and then you can maybe get the floor down to 1 enemy and then it's fine, right? Then you're guaranteed it to hit what it needs. But I don't know, it's a one and done as well. So it's like, it's not even something you can really build around. It's just this one random tech piece. I had been having it in my B tier, but like, as I look at it, I'm like, I don't know why this should be any higher than the other Haze card. I do feel like it's more takeable, is probably the reason I would put it in B tier, but I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards C tier now. Like, as I talk that out, like, maybe we'll say top of C tier. It does not want to let me do that. Okay. Top of C tier. I don't actually think it's B tier. I don't know though. It's just kind of nice to have sometimes, but I'm never ever going out of my way to get it. We'll see. Maybe it deserves like the bottom of B. We'll see as we go through it, but that's what I'll leave it with for now. It's just not reliable, and you know, we've already talked about Haze. It's not good against Frenzy units, but it can be good against other stuff. It could be good against Mirage units. Then we got Demonheart. Here's one I think I'm definitely going to have disagreements with people on. I think this is one of the worst cards in the game. And I don't think I can get budged on this one. You know, it is just so bad in my eyes. The only thing I might be able to play around with it more is using it as an offensive tool, but even there, I'm not like that impressed. I just don't think... I think you could do just fine with never adding this. You know, I'm on a 25 win streak right now, I think, and I literally never add this card. I think if I did add it maybe once, I was absolutely disappointed in it during that streak, and I've used it before the streak to just complete disappointment every time. I mean, just to like put it in perspective, it's like it restores 7 health. It's not even giving you extra max health, right? So you have to already have 8 health or more to actually get the full 7 health restored, right? But then it's applying 1 Demonize, which is gonna do double damage on the next thing. And you can't, Demonize is not something that you can just break by like hitting yourself with 0 damage. You have to actually take damage to break the Demonize. So like the absolute best case scenario ever is that the next hit you take is a 1 damage hit. So in that case, you're just restoring 5 health essentially, right? You're not actually restoring 7. So now I assume if you're restoring health, it's because you want to be able to survive future hits. So in the sense of that, to me it just reads as restore 5 health in the best case. But what's the more realistic case, right? The more realistic case is maybe you're taking 2 or more. Even at 2, you're taking a 4 damage hit. So now you're only restoring 3 health. 3? That's already not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it at 3 health already. 5 was borderline worth it. Let me put it this way, though. If this card just read, don't apply any Demonize and restore 5 health, how often would you take that? I don't think I would take it that often. I think in general, I would probably just take the Palm Juice way more. But I would say I probably would take it sometimes at that. At that amount, it's acceptable. But again, that's the best case scenario. Best case scenario is 5. A more likely scenario, like I don't know, like if I go back to this fight, for example, often I need to like re-heal either my damage dealer or my leader that got hit by the 7 damage Frost Lancer, the aimless 7. And yeah, I can heal all 7 of it, but the next time I get hit, it would be 14. So it didn't actually heal me unless I literally have that much health, which I never would on a backline unit. So it's already only really useful on the frontline units, theoretically, but even then, like, I don't know, I'd have to like keep the Frost Junker down to 1 or less for it to be worth it, and that's obviously never going to be the case. Frost Daily already does 5, so it's just utterly useless in the final battle. So we know it's not going to be useful there, and using it to put Demonize on an enemy, I highly doubt that's useful there. So is it useful in the other fights? Well, there's the argument that you could use it and then recall your unit to get the Demonize off, but if you're recalling your unit, you're already healing it for 5 anyway. So are you telling me you have a unit with so much health that a 12, like using this card to then recall it and get a 12 health restore is worth it? I mean, if I'm going to recall a card, haven't I already restored enough health for it to be worth it? I guess in some cases like Bom it could be useful, so it's not even that useful up until the final fight, which we've determined it's useless in. I think it's F tier, and I don't think you'll be able to budge me on that one. I know some people tend to like it. Power to them. I will avoid this card like the plague. I think it's trash. Speaking of trash cards, Peppereaper. Absolute trash card. I don't know why this card does 2 damage. I really don't. For a measly 3 spice. I don't even think there's like it's worth me talking about. I mean, just look at the next card on the list. Like, why would I ever want a Peppereaper, which only goes to 1 unit, does 2 damage, does 3 spice, versus just getting 2 spice for no damage to my whole floor? It doesn't make any fucking sense. I wouldn't be using this thing offensively. I guess sometimes I could. There has been rare runs where I do add Peppereaper, I guess. That's the only thing I'll say is it technically is better than Demonheart in that sense. Like I think the maybe 1 or 2 runs ago I did technically add it to a deck because it randomly made sense to do so. It was like a Tiny Tycho situation, right? Like it's a pretty good card into Tiny Tycho, I would say. Well, not really. It's a good card if your Tiny Tycho somehow got a bunch of extra health, which mine did. In that case, sure, I can take a hit. I mean, it'd be better at 0 damage still. Like I will say, it still should be like a 0 damage card. I don't know why it's 2, but sure. And 3 Spice is a joke though. But on a Tiny Tycho that had a million Frenzy, it made sense. So at least it has a random use case, unlike Demonheart. That said, there's no way it's above F, right? I'll put it ahead of Demonheart though, because I technically have added it to a deck, and it remotely made sense. But still, every other single Spice card would have still been better. And then we got the Forging, whatever it's called. What is it called? Forging Stove. I don't know. Theoretically, it could be good. I've literally never used it, though. So, I don't know. The random ally portion of it's pretty shitty. Again, as we've talked about, Wildfrost is not necessarily a game that affords you wasted turns. So, I mean, obviously it could be alright. It's with the Clunk Masters, so like, you can get a Gear Hammer charged up a little bit and then use this. I feel like I would just rather have the Gear Hammer available to me, but because like by that point in the game, you've already cycled 2 or 3 times, so like I guess it's more useful to like use it on like a something that already has a lot of attack, like a proto cannon. But again, I don't know. Like I guess if I crowned both Forging Stove and the proto cannon, and I crowned the unit that I want to guarantee it on, then it makes sense. But I don't know. That's a lot of moving parts to make this thing consistently work. Otherwise, like, I guess it can be okay to thin out your deck from the Gear Hammers. So I don't think it's like horrible. I just don't think it's that good. And it's not like Clunk Masters are hurting for good cards, right? So it's kind of tough. It does run into similar things that made it hard to evaluate Clunk Master companions. It's just because there's so many good cards in the clan that like you just don't find yourself taking some of these other cards basically ever, because there's just no reason to. So in my eyes, I don't think Forging Sword's that good, but it obviously has like upsides. And if I was on a run where I just wasn't offered better stuff, it wouldn't be that sad to have a Forging Stove in my deck. At the end of the day, I'm thinning out my deck and I'm giving buffs even if they're inconsistent to my stuff. So I can't really put it at D or below, but I also can't put it above C because I'm like, I literally never add this card to my deck. So how could I in good faith say it's better than C? I just can't. Then we have the Nutshell Cake. This is it's a one and done item, but it's a pretty decent one. Obviously, the best case scenario for it is to put it with Chomp Palm. The big downside of this one though is it reduces the health by 2. So like there are a lot of units that, well, not a lot of units, but Yuki, for example, this is a Snow Dweller card, right? So we're thinking of Snow Dwellers specifically. But there is the unit, shall we say, Yuki, that can't use it by default, needs to have an initial health increase, either by Pinkberry, I call it Palm Juice, it's Pinkberry Juice. So Pinkberry Juice or a Charm is basically what you're looking at. Otherwise, you just can't use it on that unit. And even beyond that, if you had a unit that got into a rough spot where they were obviously hit a few times, even like something like a Snoffle, if it had to tank a 2 damage hit, now I can't play Nutshell Cake on it unless I recall it, right? So there's definitely some realized downsides on it, but I think most of the time you can play it. And 9 shell is quite a lot. That's going to make that unit survive several rounds of attack in the early to mid game, and in the late game it'll definitely survive a big hit and have a little bit left over. So, it essentially raises your health by 7. So 9, you can ignore the 9 component of it. The only time 9 means anything there is if it's Chomp Palm. So really just look at it as a increase your health by 7, and it's a one and done. So it's definitely more impactful than Pinkberry Juice. You technically could put your vase on it if you wanted to. I don't think I ever have. That would make it 18 and 4, so 14. It's not even really, it is technically doubling it, 7 to 14, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely good, but I don't know that it's great. I lean toward B or A with it. Probably top of B, bottom of A. So we'll go with B for now. I think the consume component of it is definitely a downside. Obviously, this is an S tier card, though, if you have like a Chomp Palm. There's stuff that shifts this forward. I think as a baseline, though, B's fine. It's a card I would definitely... If it's a card I find myself buying, even somewhat frequently, then it deserves at very least B. And I could see A for Nutshell Cake, but let's leave it in the B for now. And here's probably one of the best cards that I never take. The Bom... Clockwork Bom. So it does 2 damage, and then it applies 2 bomb, and it's critical. So I could actually apply 4 bombs some of the times. Now that's really good. That could be your scaling plan. The only downside here is Clunk Master, and I just generally don't need it. If I already have like a Fizzle, I don't think the bomb is something you need. It could be really good on like a mini Mika though, but even then I would say, you are in a clan that by default can pretty easily increase your attack by 1 here and there. It's a lot better than Flame Water, the Sunset box, because it gives you that cooldown reduction. So it's really a lot more. It just makes a lot more sense to play Sunset box on a turn than it does Flame Water. So if I can already scale my stuff with attack, and I already have just super high value units already, then I often just don't really need a Clockwork Bomb. But in a vacuum, this is a very good card. Because again, adding 2 damage to literally every attack, every item hit, every other thing, and sometimes that's 4, is quite good. It's not on the level of a Bom Barrel, but it doesn't have the potential downside of a Bom Barrel. But Bom Barrel is definitely going to be a better card. So this one's one I don't feel that confidently ranking, but I am going to put it in B. But I do feel a little hypocritical putting it in B because I just don't take this card. So I think it's a theoretical B. I'll leave it at the bottom of B for now, but I have technically... It feels a bit wrong for me to put it in B when I've definitely taken these Haze cards a lot more than it, So if I've found more reasons to add the Haze cards than I have to add this, am I ranking them incorrectly? Potentially I am. But we'll leave it there for now. Because in theory, you know what? Nah, we'll leave it there. I was thinking of maybe shifting them. Shift that to there. I feel like I will shift this up, though. I think it's okay at B. It just sucks that it consumes, but I don't know. The fact that it doesn't recycle, I think it is a cut above the other one. It's just not reliable, but it is like a pretty good card, and it really does help you out on most of the time. And you can finagle the situation to benefit you if you can kill units before you play it. I think this deserves a B. If I'm going to put this in B, then this has to be in B at least. Then we get to Shade Wisp. This is a card that summons an enemy with 1 health, a copy of an enemy with 1 health. This is a card that I used to love a lot, and I've lost respect for it more and more the more and more I use it. I think it's actually not that good of a card. The fact that it limits to 1 health is a gigantic downside. Also, the fact that you can't choose where you place the card is particularly a gigantic downside. So it's like, how many turns will you have a row of enemies where nobody is so let's say you have a target that you want to copy, right? And in that row, how many times are none of them attacking? Well, if any of them are attacking, your Shade Wisp is immediately going to die because it's going to go right in the front. It's going to have 1 health. Definitely not going to live, right? So at best, it's a chump blocker in those cases. And maybe that chump blocker can have something like teeth or an on-death effect, but usually it won't. So it won't even do anything other than being chump blocker. So really, you're already limited to either having to dedicate a Noomlin to this, which is quite a dedication to make a card work, right? You know, if you can Noomlin it, then yeah, you can reposition it before the next card you play. But also, it doesn't work with Lamb Charm, which sucks. It'll allow you to put it on, but it will not give you 2 extra health. So Lamb Charm is the charm that, you know, gives you a 2/2 on a summon. It's probably why I really don't. I'll do charms at some point too, but I think Lamb Charm sucks because it's like, so Faith 2, that's just 2 health to attack. But as I'll kind of note, I've kind of noted it with the Tigris Mask, but unfortunately, hardly anything actually has legitimate both a health and attack. And in fact, it's really just your starting JunJun card and Fallow Mask. And then if you want to count it, Blank Mask. But nothing else, no other summon, actually has both health and attack. So yeah, Shade Wisp, you put Land Charm on it, it literally only has 2 attack extra. It still comes in at 1 health. So that really sucks. So even if, even if you can Noomlin it or find a turn to play it where it doesn't immediately die, then you shift it back. It's still going to die when it attacks unless you dedicate a, Berry Bell to it, which is not a good turn typically. And then really the only other option is to have a Pinkberry Juice. So if you don't have that, like, this thing's going to die after it attacks. I think it's a pretty bad card, actually. That being said, I can't go below C, and I think C is where I would put it, because I do find that I need to take it a lot. There's definitely some upside with it, right? Like, what I would say about it is you can feed a Monster the attack portion with a Shade Wisp, right? Again, I have to make sure that the enemy is not attacking on that turn, but if I can copy a unit with a lot of attack, even if it's just going to be at 1 health, I can have the Monster eat it, or the the Monch eat it, and then I can scale its attack that way, and I still have to find a way to scale its health, but at least I can get the attack there. And there's definitely some high roll things that you can copy with Shade Wisp, like the Rock Hog, for example. But you can't copy clunkers. You can't copy anything that has overburn on it. That's another thing. Like, if for whatever reason you've applied overburn to a thing that you might want to copy, well, guess what? That's not gonna work. You can also use it to scale a Devi Crow, but Devi Crow sucks, and you'd still have to sacrifice the thing to make it work. So I don't know. I don't think Shade Wisp is that good, actually. I used to rank it like S and A. Realistically, as I've gone through like to 25 or wherever I'm at now on the win streak, like, this card actually just sucks. The best I can hope, it's a chump blocker. That's what it is. It's a bad Bebop Mask. That's what I can expect out of the card, realistically. Especially in the final battle, that it's only going to be a chump blocker, and it's one you have to make sure you don't play on an overburn card, and it's one that you're technically feeding the shit out of a Frost Chunker if you're just continuously chump blocking, but sometimes that's your only option, unfortunately, with Shademancers. It's kind of why they're the worst clan, but anyway. Yeah, I don't like that card. I really don't. And I don't even know what they could do to fix it. Maybe have it come in with half health or something. I don't know. That would probably be too powerful though. It might just have to suck. And then there's the Pepper Ring. That is the Barrage card. This card is usable. That's what I'll say about it. Still runs into the same problems that Spice has, where there's only one clunker that makes it super reliable, but still is something that you could put on your main floor to get decent damage out of it. You could, if in rare cases, Lumin Vase it, I guess, if that seems to be something that you would do, but I generally think you could find a better target for Lumin Vase. I think it's very similar to the Peppereaper. It's at least nice that it doesn't consume. So I can somewhat just say, okay, I have a barrage unit or I have a frenzy unit, or maybe both, right? Because this goes to your whole floor. And it can provide definitely some good damage. I think the damage output on it is going to be decent, but would I ever take it over any of the stuff I'm going to end up putting in my B and above? Definitely not. Definitely not. So I think it's right around the Pepper. It is a card that I will take if nothing better exists. And sometimes I might reach for it sometimes if I have like say I have a Foxy, but just nothing beyond a Flame Water to scale it. I can see Peppereaper being an option there. And then we get the Frostbite Shard. Now this is one, I think there are some theoretically okay situations for it, but definitely not on the enemy. That's the thing. Like, I think it would be a card that would be interesting to put on your own units. So some examples, let's see. Gosh, where's that unit? I mean, even something like a full B does, like, if you are in a deck that doesn't want trash, you could actually make it just generate no trash, for example. I don't know, it's okay. That's not really a great example though. Like, what about, or Plunker? I don't have the clunkers up, but Plunker is the clunker that loses a scrap every time it attacks. Well, there's a high roll with the Frostbite Shard. You could play that on a Plunker, and now Plunker's great, right? It's never going to run out of scrap, and it's going to be pretty good. So, like, there are a few units where just playing it on your own unit would be good, but definitely on, like, enemies, I mean, it has to, it reduces the target's effects by 1, but that doesn't really mean much when a lot of these effects can't be reduced by 1. It doesn't work on Frost Jailer, for example. It's not like Silence. It's just like, okay, I can make, I guess it would be good on Frost Junker, maybe, even though I guess it's okay on Frost Junker. That's what I will say. So I don't know, maybe just attack against Frost Junker makes it okay. But even beyond the final fight, just a lot of these units it's not that good against. I'll say this though, I've been ranking it in my F tier. I don't think it actually deserves F tier. It's only theoretical that I'm saying it's okay though. I think maybe it's okay. I'm going to put it in D for now, but this is a card I think could actually go up in my rankings. I've been very disappointed in using it the times I've had it, but even just looking at the Frost Junker, I'm like, Frost Junker can get out of hand in a lot of fights, and to just nerf it completely seems okay. If anything, for that, it deserves higher than an F. I'm tempted to even put it in the C, to be honest. I mean, honestly, sure. I'll put it in C. If I was forced to pick a card and this was the card, I would take it over Tigris Mask, hands down. Yeah, we'll put it in C then. And then Magma Booster, a card that's like, I don't know, like, it adds aimless to the target. So, like, this is a card that, a lot of the cards that consume don't make sense to me why they consume. And then a lot of the cards that don't consume don't make sense to me why they don't consume. So, like, if I add aimless to a target, obviously it means they can't be aimless to begin with. So I can't put this on a non-aimless target. So it's not even like, I increase the flat attack by 3. in a clan where I can already increase flat attack by easy, right, with the Sunsong box. Granted, this is obviously a higher amount, but adding aimless is a pretty big downside. Typically you're wanting to add damage to a card that either has Barrage or Frenzy. Well, now if it's Barrage, it completely takes away the Barrage, so it's not good on that. If they're Frenzy, sure, this is okay on it, but again, you can only play it once, and then it doesn't consume, so it comes back into your deck. I personally don't think it's good. Some people seem to like it. I'm not in that camp. I think it's like D tier. I could even argue F, honestly, because I don't actually see any reason to ever take the card. Aimless on your units is not the benefit that is on the enemies. I will say this, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it is okay to have the aimless, but I don't know. The card itself is similar to Tigris Mask. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't seem well designed. It just doesn't make sense. It should consume. If this card consumed, I'd probably go to C tier with it. And then we have Frostbell. I'll probably do Frostbloom and Bell together. They're the only two cards that actually apply Frost, so it's worth talking about them. And I'm going to have, I'm sure, what people think are a hot take here. I know I'm definitely the opposite of everyone with how they evaluate these cards. So if you look at anyone's list, Frostbloom is always below Frostbell. And I'm going to tell you right now, for me, it's not the case. For me, I like Frostbloom more. And Frostbloom, to me, is quite a desirable card. Frostbell, on the other hand, to me is okay. To me, it falls more into the just, I'd take it if nothing better came along category. Whereas Frostbloom, I'm like, okay, there's a Frostbloom. I could use a Frostbloom. And, obviously, I'm going to apply more overall Frost with the Frostbell. But it just comes down to, what do I want Frost for? I don't really care about getting it to the whole floor. Now, obviously, Frostbell is probably a better benefactor of charms, right? I could have it apply also some snow or something, right? Then I get that there's definitely some upside there, but just in a general sense, let's say I Lumin Vase them both, right? 4 to the whole floor is pretty nice, but at 6 to 1 target's really nice. I mean, if I look at the things that I want Frost against, even just looking at 2 versus 3, let's just look at 2 versus 3. So Bamboozle, for example, does 3 attack to every unit. A Frostbloom completely zeroes that out, whereas the Bell still leaves it doing 1 damage. Both are going to be great against this, but the Bloom is better here, right? I think the Bloom is just better. Now, yeah, maybe the Frost Bell also takes care of a Porcupine Barrager or something. I definitely see that argument as well. But even, so that's the case for 3, and then also Razor. Razor's a big one. Because as we said, Frost lasts through every frenzy attack, so unlike Haze. So, Razor can be threatening sometimes if it's going to get its attack off and you've had to kill a bunch of units, or you accidentally killed a bunch of units. Probably more my case. And this guy could wreck your whole board in some cases, but if the Frostbloom, he will do 0 damage. With the Bell, he's severely limited, but he's still going to do damage, and if you didn't happen to have much beef left at that point, you're probably looking at an injury sometimes, even with the Bell. But the Bloom, he just doesn't do any damage. So, to me, I'm usually only wanting Frost on a particular target. Same could go with the Frost fight, right? Generally it's going to be the Lancer. So if I were to put the Lumin Vase on Bell, I get 4 to the whole floor, or I get 6 to a single target. So if I do 6 to a single target, that means the Lancer only does 1 damage, and the Lancer to me is the threat here, right? Unless I somehow let the Junker go wild. But if I let the Junker go wild, Frost is not a good answer anyway, because he's going to attack every 2 turns. I can't keep applying Frost every 2 turns. But with the Lancer, I could do 6, he goes down and only does 1 damage. Whereas I could do 4, he'll do 3. 3 still might be relevant. And yeah, then The Jailer only does 1. The Junker does however much. 0 or maybe more if he's buffed up. But those units attack my front unit, right? And that's just depending on my situation. This is where it comes down to very hard for me to explain why I just typically end up finding Frostbloom more useful. But my frontliner usually is solid on health in a way that my backliners are not solid in health, right? So the difference of, we're looking at either 5 damage or 3 damage that he'll apply to the back, depending on if you did go Lumin Vase on a Bell or not, versus either 1 damage or 4 damage for the Frostbloom, depending on if you did the Lumin Vase or not. So for me, I technically think the Bloom is better. But that being said, I still think they're pretty close. I do think they're different enough, though, that I would, if I ever saw them side by side, in my opinion, I would never pick the Bell. That's why I do want to keep them in separate tiers. And for the record, I don't think they're gigantically useful anyway. I think they're useful, and they're really good against a few fights. That's why I don't mind having them in my deck. But I would never add multiple of them. I would add just 1, and it's not like Frost is a gigantically good effect, right? And these don't do anything other than apply Frost. They give a 0 damage hit. So I don't know. I think they're okay. I think that they're comparable to Haze. I think that they kind of each solve different things, right? They don't solve everything, but they do solve a lot of stuff. But they don't solve stuff in the way that Ink or Snow does. That's why generally I'm going to rank Snow and Ink stuff above them, at least the non-starter stuff. So yeah, that's how I rank those two. Now, Azul Battle Axe. Now, this is a card that definitely will break the mold in terms of, I say I skew a lot of these results toward what they're going to get me in the final battle. And Azul Battle Axe is probably the biggest offender of probably not doing anything for me in the final battle, but still being so gigantically useful to me up until then. I'm still going to rank it pretty high. Now, that's not to say it's not always going to do nothing for me in the final battle. It's just severely reduced, right? The units have so much health. The nice thing about Battle Axe is, by default, you can almost think of it as doing 6 damage, right? 6 damage with a potential 3 damage AoE. And that's the baseline, right? If a unit has 6 health, or if they have between 4 and 6 health, one play of this will kill it and then do 3 damage to the whole floor. So that's already good, right? But then there's other upsides, right? I can add charms to this thing. I can't Lumin Vase it, unfortunately. But anything that can add to the attack is going to be good. It's even an okay use of the charm that adds Consume and Frenzy. I don't mind it as a one and done there. Then it's potentially doing like 12 overall single target damage along with 6 overburn. So it's just a super useful card. It takes care of so many problematic enemies that, especially when they're in the back line, it takes care of Makoko most of the time. You will have to follow up with like a Tar Blade most likely, but that's not a big issue. Or just have a spike. I usually run spike, so just 1 spike hit will put it in range of Azul Battle Axe. Or a lot of these other units, like even if you have to play it once or twice, or 2 times, you'll never have to play it 3 times usually to kill an enemy that's not a boss. But yeah, for even like a Marrow, for example, a Marrow in the Combat 5, that's the dude that gives spikes to everybody, or teeth to everybody. He has 14 health, but something like a Battle Axe, considering in that fight you're going to be aimless, so you're not consistently hitting Marrow, it could be pretty nice to just hit that with a Battle Axe, either after you've damaged it or before you've damaged it, and eventually you can get it down to a kill range much faster. But really it shines more so against even like a Uba Bear, right? It immediately kills Uba Bear. If this annoying dude with 3 cooldown and 4 attack is in the back, you can just finish him off immediately. But even if it doesn't one-shot them, it's still going to be useful, right? If I play it on a Pawpaw, it's down to 7 health, but it has 3 overburn. I only need to apply 4 more damage. Sometimes I could just do that with a Tar Blade, right? And I take care of this stupid bastard. So I think Battle Axe is really good, but I don't think it's S. I think that it is definitely a significant drop-off in the final fight. It can still be something you use to power up a Vesta, though, right? Like, it's still something that could be a part of your end-game game plan. It's just not going to do the crazy amount of value that you get leading up until then. It's just particularly good against normal enemies. Very good against them. And then we have the Berry Basket. I gotta be honest, I think this card is trash. I've 100% regretted it every time I've taken it. And I've taken it too many times. I've never once even thought the card performed sub-mediocre. It has been utterly useless every time. This card is so bad. 2 health is such a joke. Like, it's not even better than Berry Bell. You know, I can play Berry Bell. Just if there's nothing better to do on a turn, I can play Berry Bell on units that are already at full health and at least get something out of it. I can't even get that out of Berry Bell, Berry Basket. Like, Berry Basket, they have to be damaged. But the 2 health is such a joke. It's such an absolute joke. Like, you absolutely have to dedicate your Lumin Vase to this to even have a chance in hell of it being useful. And even then, it's 4 health. Sure, I guess. So, like, I think it's horrible. I think it's F tier, personally. I could probably go D tier on it because, you know, I could see Lumin Vase, sure, but I'm very, like, to me, it should just do that by default. You know, at least go to 3, but like 2 is such a joke. I think Berry Basket is horrible. And, you know, it's synergy-wise, there's only so much that has synergy with actual heals, right? Lil Berry would be the one that comes to mind. Which, by the way, sorry for missing that in the other video, but I kind of rank Lil Berry as like B- or C+ tier. If I know I forgot to rank Lil Berry in the other video. I think that it has obviously some upside, but I think it's super slow to scale, and the starting stats aren't super impressive. The 8 health is probably the only good thing about it, in my opinion. I don't think it actually gains. Like, really, it's just Heartless Station would be the only way to really super cash in on Lil Berry, in my opinion. I don't think this card is good enough to make it, like, worth it. Then we get to Sheepopper Mask. So, I don't know. I'm going to probably have disagreements with a lot of people on these, but I think all of these cards that summon units to the enemy side are complete trash. Complete trash. Like, you can't even use it to, like, displace the enemy positioning. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, if you're with your own units, I can hover placing a unit or a summon down on a unit that's already in a slot, and it'll push that unit, like, either up or left or something, right? But I can't even do that to the enemy, so it doesn't even allow that. So, you know, there has to be and there also has to be so I don't have much freedom on where it goes, right? Like, for a freaking thing that only, you know, so we got to look at Sheepopper to really evaluate this, right? So for something that only affects the row, I don't even have that much agency over, like, the fact that the row might be useful for me or not, right? And also, it occupies a spot in the row, so we're looking at 2 enemies max that it can even affect. You know, to me, these would be much better as, like, debuffs on an enemy, similar to Overburn, but it could all, since it would be in Shademancer, it would be thematic, I think, but also maybe something like this completely is redundant with Overburn. I could see that being a problem too. But the fact that I actually have to have a space available, and I have to put it down and then get through the 4 health to have it die just to get the 8 damage to 2 units. Sometimes it won't even be 2 units, you know, if shit happened. I think that's pretty trash. I think that's hilariously bad, actually. I don't know why. Some people seem to like this, and I don't get it. Like, I feel like I'm living on a different planet when people say this card is good. And I don't really think that stalling out enemy spawns is good either. You know, there's the argument that I can fill up the board so that the boss can't spawn in or something. I don't know. To me, I've hardly ever needed that. I mean, if I'm in a deck that's so slow that that's a problem, we've got other issues to address, and I don't think this is really gonna gonna help me one way or another. And then on top of that, I already think this wouldn't be high rated for me even if the final battle didn't exist, right? To me, this is a shit card no matter what. But the fact that also it's completely, and I mean completely useless in the final fight, any of these, right? Any of these where you summon a unit to the enemy side, because the lowest health unit is the furthest backliners that are at 30 each, and then we're looking at 60 and 90. Like, come on. By the time I've killed any of these units, I guarantee you that fight is solved. You'd have to really find an edge case to find me a fight where I killed like a Frost Jailer, for example, and I'm not going to now win. So it's just a complete dead card until then. And also, if we go back to the actual card itself, it consumes. So I can't even say that it would be useful as like a bad bling bank in that case, right? So say I could just keep stalling out a fight and resummoning it and getting more gold, more gold, more gold. Can't even do that. Can't even do that because it consumes. F tier, below Demonheart. Horrible. I'd almost make a new tier for him for all of these summoner cards. Well, one of them I'm going to make an exception for, but I still don't, we'll get to that when we get to it. Okay, man. Here's another one I know people are not going to like. They're not going to like me on this one, but hey, it's my rankings. You got your rankings, I got my rankings. It'd be boring if they didn't match up, right? So I know a lot of people love this card, Blaze Bomb. But I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I think this card is pretty fucking bad, particularly because of the final fight. Sure, I can use it up until then, and it's pretty useful. I can simply just bench a unit and I get rid of the bomb, though I would counter that by saying, I don't know, unless I can conveniently do it when I'm redrawing a deck, that still does like delay. Like I would have to imagine I'm putting this on like my damage carry. Keep in mind this is also in this is a Clunkmaster card, and Clunkmasters already my best damage carries already have no need of extra frenzy, right? Like, does a Fizzle need more frenzy? No. Does a Mini Mika need more frenzy? No. At the cost of bomb, especially not. Does Tiny Tycho's not a Clunkmaster unit, but it really is. Does it need this? No. So, like, really, it's already only useful on stuff that I'm generally not going to be... Like it'd be pretty good on... I guess it'd be okay on a Skaven, though I will say you're going to generate more junk, and that could be relevant. Plus, it does take away the tanky component of Skaven. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's that amazing leading up to the final fight. I think the bomb, like... Why am I adding Frenzy just to have to bench my unit, right? And, yeah, maybe sometimes I can just... not have it get hit, but that's not there's enough enemies there's enough teeth, it affects teeth, like there's enough barrage. There's just so many times this bomb is going to be a downside, and if the thing is I have to bench it, well, that's not too good in this fight. I mean, if I already have a B.I.N.K, sure, that makes the exception, right? I can easily, and I guess the starting ink I could put on the jailer, but I think that's a pretty bad turn, personally. I think Clunkmaster, like, they still will have to deal with the this ending fight. If they don't have B.I.N.K in particular, I do think that the starting ink is tough to play in a lot of cases on these enemies. Unless I somehow got a Noomlin charm on it or something. But, I guess what I'm saying is I can't, like, comfortably bench a unit in this fight unless I have B.I.N.K because of the jailer. And on top of that, even without benching it, it's still just a giant liability. I put it on, I'm sure the unit is backlining, but, I'm either going to have to deal with Barrage or the Frost Lancer, and that's going to be a significant amount of bomb on my unit. 4 bomb is gigantic. I mean, that's the same that Bom Barrel does. So for me, I don't think it's very good. For me, it's D tier. I think sometimes it can definitely have some upside, but I think that the downsides are massive and completely unnecessary because, Like if this was like for Snow Dwellers, I could see it more. Like this would be a really good card in Yuki or even maybe Chompom some of the times, because those units have gigantic damage and can benefit from this. But like, I don't know, if I look at like like Krago maybe, like I don't know, like Nom and Stompy, sure, like maybe, but these units also like they have a tanky component, so I'm like now I can't take a hit with them. I don't like it. Sorry. I'm sorry to everyone that loves it, but I don't like it. Now, on the other hand of things, Fallow Mask I quite do like. I swear I have a lot of cards in my S tier. It's funny that we haven't got to them yet, but we finally got to one. Spoiler alert, Fallow is in my S tier. Let's talk about Fallow. This is the only summon that was like, is like making complete sense to me. It is, the only one, it's the only addable card that fully benefits from Lamb Charm, by the way. The only one that I can add. Like, literally the only two cards, or Blank Mask, I guess, technically. But it seems weird to say it for Blank Mask, because I feel like it doesn't change much with Blank Mask. But with Fallow, it would. Like, it's already good at 8-2. I mean, I conjecture you this. Like, if this was a companion, I think you would add it to quite a lot of decks. I think it's an okay companion, but the fact that it's a summon that doesn't consume, it doesn't consume, so I can keep playing it over and over again, just makes it gigantically versatile. You'll get so many different things out of a Fallow Mask. You're going to get, the 8 health is huge, right? I think it's most useful generally for soaking up damage. The damage it gives, though, is certainly relevant too. This is the best benefactor, in my opinion, for something like a Van Jun. If you're going to use Van Jun, you could use it to feed a Monch. You can use Skullmas Tea and actually build out some decent damage if you have a few of these Fallows already on board. Then they're going to get some attack. So like it's the sky's the limit for what you can get from Fallow. But guess what? The floor is pretty dang high for this as well. I've kind of joked that Shademancer runs when you find Fallow Mask versus when you don't will like determine the difficulty of the run, and it's kind of true. I'm not saying a run can't still be difficult with a Fallow Mask, but it's gonna be a run that I know I can win, even if it's gonna be hard. Simply having a Fallow Mask, I know I've kind of won the run already. That's how powerful this card is. Because I can soak up damage in so many different fights. I can already have good damage. I mean, 2 damage, 4 cooldown. Barrage is already good damage, right? For one card that I played, to potentially get multiple hits out of it like that is quite nice. At 8 health, you're probably getting multiple hits, but also you can just have them die. And I mean, it soaks up. I can't stress it enough how much damage this thing soaks up. In the final fight, often Shademancer can struggle, but I don't think they'll struggle that much when you have Fallow, because if anything, like you can use it to replace anything on the map, right? Like you can use it to replace your main floor if somebody dies, and it's just like having a companion. Or you can keep resummoning them on the throwaway floor, which is typically going to be the one against the Frost Bomber. It'll survive a bomber hit plus a muncher hit, or just 2 bomber hits, and then you just resummon it, and you're good for another 4 to 6 turns. The sky's the limit with this thing. What can I say? It's Fallow. Fallow is S tier, for sure. Easily the best Shademancer card, and hands down. And then there's Scrap Pile. I don't have a whole lot to say about it, other than I just don't like it that much. It's a card I want a lot of the time. But there's a big chicken egg problem with this thing. It's like a lot of clunks. There's a lot of clunkers that I would mainly. You have to kind of take one before the other speculatively, but generally, like a Scrap Pile is horrible on its own, right? I also really hate that it's offered in Shademancer. That's another design flaw, I think, of Shademancers. Like the fact that they can get Scrap Pile, and they can get the Scrap Charm are a huge downside, because they have hardly anything. They have hardly any clunkers. So they either need like a summon that is a clunker. If they want to redo Tigris, that could be a thing. But as it stands, they need to remove Scrap Pile from the pool for Shademancers, or... And that's another thing I should mention. Some of these cards are neutral, right? And they have to evaluate them as what they're getting on average from every clan. Well, they're getting F tier value for Shademancers, so that's already overall going to drag the overall rating down, but it certainly can be like okay in Snow Dweller and Clunkmaster. Ironically, I think Snow Dwellers have the best clunkers in the game, much more so than Clunkmaster. But and I think to even piggyback on that, we'll get to like these Acorn cards later, but I think the Acorn cards are better for clunker than this is anyway. So for me, it's like very low C. Borderline D. I actually think it's super overrated. A lot of people tend to like it. I'm not one of them. I think it's regretful. Most of the times I've added it, but more than often I just don't have any need to add this to a deck. I think building around clunkers isn't the way to go a lot of the time. And this isn't going to help you anyway. It's just going to give you one hit, which it's not going to help you with the little chip, stuff like Grink. And it's not going to help you against stuff like Grink that's attacking quite often, right? Or a Gromble. So, I don't know. I don't think it's very good. Now we have Noomlin Biscuit. Of all my cards that I'm going to put into S tier, this is one of them. This is probably the one I feel might not actually be S tier. That's the one caveat. Everything else that I'm going to put in S, I'm confident is S. But I don't know about Noomlin Biscuit sometimes. It certainly feels S in a lot of runs, though. So I don't think it's that ridiculous to put it in S. But I do think it might be not as god tier as it's made out to be sometimes, but certainly it's great, right? Like, the main downside here is you're at the whim of drawing it with the proper thing, unless you want to crown it, but I don't think that's a very good use of your crowns to like guarantee that something gets Noomlined. It could be. I've done it before, but I don't know. That's a lot to dedicate. So there is like a random component with it, and as we said, in this game, you can't afford too many wasted turns. So like you can be at the will of RNG with Noomlin Biscuit, which is that's the main reason that makes me wonder if it's not actually S tier. And furthermore, you can say, oh well, it's going to be useful on whatever you put it on. Not really the case. I mean, I have had plenty of decks where Noomlin Biscuit literally would only go onto like a temporary card in the entire hand it's with, right? Like it could just be a bunch of clunkers or consume cards. Technically, you could use it with clunkers because you can bring a clunker in and out of the battle, and it would still be Noomlin, so you could play it for free, but that's just not always going to be so realistic. And even with, keeping in mind that the Frost Jailer exists, doesn't mean much in the fight. You need it to mean it the most in. So it certainly is really good, though, most of the time. So I think it is going to remain in my S. Putting this on anything with snow is going to be good. Putting it on anything that gives you defense, such as a Pinkberry Juice, is going to be good. It's often kind of awkward to play Pinkberry Juice in particular. If I'm just looking at that card right now, like it's a really good card, but it's just hard to know when to play it. But if you can put Noomlin on it, then it's obviously not a decision point anymore. You just see it and you put it on whatever health you think, every unit you need thinks, bleh. Well, whatever unit you think needs health. There, I got there eventually. Tongue-tied. And as I mentioned, it does make Shade Wisp a lot better. But so I do think it's S tier. I just do think that of the S tier stuff, it might be the one that actually could have some pretty big low roll potentials. Like there's never a run, I'm telling you, there's never a run where Fallow Mask will not give you S tier value. But there are times, rare times, where Noomlin Biscuit will not. I've had them. I've had it happen. You can go back and check the tape. But so that's Noomlin Biscuit though. I mean, just being able to, you sacrifice one turn. You're basically just delaying the card you were going to play anyway. by 1 turn, which is usually not a downside. Sometimes it is, but you're just delaying it by 1 turn to then have every future play of that card free. I mean, that's huge value. And I guess we're just on the S tier kick here. I don't need to mince words here. Snowcake is definitely S tier. This card is, oof, so good. Probably could get nerfed. It should go above Noomlin, because there's no run where Snowcake isn't going to give you S tier value. Probably should go above Fallow Mask too, I think. I don't know. If I was in a Shademancer run, would I take... If I didn't have either card, which one would I take more? Or which one would I take? Probably the Fallow Mask, I think. Yeah, I think I would take the Fallow Mask, but it's close. And certainly, if I didn't have one, I'd pick the other, right? If I already had one, I wouldn't like double up on the other. I'd pick the other. But, I mean, if anything, just the fact that it completely shuts Frost Crusher down alone is gigantic. It like takes the if I were to assign imaginary difficulty level of like 10 to the final battle as a baseline, simply having a Snowcake brings it down to like a 5. And if I have 2 of them, it brings it down to like a 2. Like, if I can fully deal with Frost Crusher and then also fully deal with the Junker with 2 Snowcakes, I don't have much threat left to deal with. I just have to like kill this guy within a few turns, like 12 count. Even less than 12, because I can still apply additional snow, right? But we're baseline applying 12 snow. If I really wanted to, I could apply 24 snow, by the way, with the Lumin base, but I've never had the need of that. So it's a card that needs no charms, needs no extra special situations. It just comes in and does what it does, and what it does is ridiculous. I mean, even beyond the final fight, like, it just deletes these units from the fight. Like, it deletes anybody that's not resist snow, obviously, right? Resist snow exists because Snowcake exists, really. But, you know, even like a Maja completely deals with Maja, completely deals with, like, I've used it on Spike Wall and shit like that before. Completely is fine there. But even the boss in this battle, what's his name? Crunker. Such an annoying boss. This fight is another fight where I would say, if you got Snowcake, it's maybe a 7. It takes it from like a 10 to a 7. Because there is still some annoyances to deal. It's an annoying fight in general. And even Truffle, like, if you can get it early, it will lock that guy down for a bit and allow you to just deal with all the rest of the stuff. And even if you split it, it does have the amount of snow, but 12 is such a ridiculous amount of snow. Even like having the other stuff come in at 6 snow is still good, you know? The split copies of Truffle. So it's just ridiculous how much stuff it deals with. Like, yeah, there is the resist snow stuff, but that's not enough to like take it out of the S tier for me. There's other ways to deal with those things, and Snowcake is there to deal with literally everything else. Like, shut down a Bigfoot even, right? Shut down a Makoko, shut down a Bigfoot, you name it. Shut down a Conquer. All these, like, potentially annoying enemies, just completely shut them down. Crab, shuts down a Crab. Like, sign me up. Snowcake, S tier. No doubt about it. Now, Tarblade, we're going to rank in regards to Gearhammer and Scrap Sword. And I guess just the rest of the starter cards, but we'll do all 3 of them right now. I think of the 3, I think Tarblade's the best. Maybe I'm alone in that, but I definitely, I know I'm right there. Everybody else is wrong. And I mean, obviously it's better than a Scrappy Sword, but I guess the contention would be if it's better than a Gearhammer or not, and I don't think so. I think a Gearhammer does its damage when you didn't need it, but the Tarblade does its damage when you needed it. Obviously, it's not 100% consistent, but it kind of is early when you needed it to be. Like, you'd be hard-pressed not to get 3 damage out of it, right? It happens sometimes. And obviously, as you play the Tarblades more and more, it goes down, but that's not real relevant to me. Like usually you're playing a Tar Blade and you don't play the other Tar Blades. You're like playing a JunJun or a Snow Globe or whatever, Blizzard Bottle. Like you're doing other stuff. So like generally you're getting 3 or 4 damage out of this thing early game. So I put it in the B tier of this style starter. I definitely think it's better than a Berry Bell. I wouldn't say that I typically remove it over a Berry Bell though. That's the weird thing about ranking these. I just do think that it earns you a lot of gold early. It kills things like Makoko, and I don't find the Shade Mancers have a difficult early game because I think their early deck is so good. I think they definitely have the best starting deck. They have the best snow card. I think they have the best damage card. The JunJun is like the best just tech card. The only bad card they have is the Berry Bell, and it's not even horrible, right? But I think the Tar Blade is like solid. I think it's a super underrated card, even though it's probably the first thing I remove in the deck. I think that it performs quite well for what it is, a starter card. And even late game, if I never hit a Muncher, I still think it's better than the other cards. And then Scraps, I mean, what can I even say about... I guess I didn't even look at the cards. So Tar Blade, I assume you know what it does, but just however many Tar Blades are in your deck, it does that amount of damage. Or in your hand. And then the Scrap Sword is the Snow Dweller one. This is just objectively the worst one. I mean, there's no upside to this. It's too bad there isn't. Definitely, I mean, beyond a shadow of doubt, I just think the Snow Dweller starting deck is horrible. Like, that's their biggest downside. That and just a lack of actual snow. That's like what makes me wonder if they are actually that much behind, or that, like, I don't think they're that much ahead of Shade Mancer. It's just that the Snow Dweller high rolls they happen quite often. It makes them seem pretty powerful, but then you get a tough Snow Dweller run where you didn't get some Chomp Pomp or Yuki bullcrap, and you didn't get offered like any snow, and then you're like, wow, okay, maybe Snow Dweller is not that great, right? But certainly Scrappy Sword isn't doing it any favors. I mean, Scrappy Sword I'm going to put in the D. I still think it's just on principle better than the F cards though, because at least Scrappy Sword does what it does. It can hurt something that has scrap. It can do some damage too. I think relevantly compared to these, it's doing just more. I feel better about a Scrappy Sword. I mean, obviously I would remove a Scrappy Sword over these, but I also would never add these. So it's a moot point. And then the Gear Hammer, I think, is like C. I think it's in between them. It's similar to Tar Blade, but it's doing the damage too late for it to be that relevant to me. Usually by the time it's doing 4 to 3 damage, fight's kind of solved already. So it's like, whatever. You basically are a Scrappy Sword most of the time to me, but I will say the 3 damage in particular can become relevant. But definitely by the time it's up to 4, I think the fight is over. So definitely better, obviously, than a Scrappy Sword, but not really all that great. And Slapcrackers, this just kind of epitomizes a B tier card to me. I think people overrate it or underrate it. Obviously, if you go higher than B, I think you overrate it. If you go lower, you underrate it, because obviously I'm just the end-all be-all authority right now. I'm just joking, clearly. I don't really think that. If you're new, I'm a dumbass. I'm well aware of that. But yeah, Slapcrackers. It's a fun card, but it does. The reason I can't give it higher than a B is because it is unreliable, technically. You are at the will of RNG. Granted, at 4 attacks, you can generally rely on it to do what you need it to do. But it's not guaranteed. And again, you're trying... my goal, I do want to see if I can get to 100 win streak. I'm a fourth of the way there. And I don't think Slapcrackers and Bada is what I want out of a card, typically, when I'm win streaking. Because there's a chance it doesn't do anything for me, right? Like the only time I'm guaranteed it does what I need is if there's one enemy in the row. It's the only time it's actually guaranteed. But it's a really versatile card. That's what I'm going to give it. Like it generally is going to do what you need to do. It just isn't guaranteed, which makes me nervous. So, it's aimless. So attacks in the row 4 times, does a damage. At its baseline, that's okay. It's a neutral card too, so it's different what you're going to get out of it depending on the group, right? Like I could technically scale it with flat scaling from something like a Flame Water. I think that's pretty slow, but I've done it in the past. But as a baseline, it's okay. Just doing the 1 damage, it's gonna get you maybe some hits on a Goblin. It's gonna break some scrap in the Crunker fight in particular. It's best into the Crunker fight. Just if it's a vanilla card, didn't have any charms or anything, then it's still like a good tech piece into the Crunker fight, if anything. Technically, though, it might not be guaranteed to hit anything that you needed to hit. I'm just going to throw that out there. Just throwing it out there. That's the reason I'm hesitant on it. But usually it hits what you need it to hit. Hard to predict what it will do. But what it really does also have is it's a pretty good user of charms. You can also use it on your own units. Now, I really hate the way Weakness Charm works because there's not many cards that use Weakness Charm, right? And Slapcracker, I think, could be one that could. But unfortunately, because it starts with 1 attack and not 2, can't actually apply the Weakness Charm to it. Now the reason I'm saying that is you can use it on your own side. And there's enough companions in the game, like, say, a Tiny Tycho, for example, when hit, gain Frenzy, but at 2 health, obviously I would need some extra health, but if I had the Weakness Charm, and it actually worked, and I could actually make my Slapcrackers go to 0, I could use it on a 2 health Tiny Tycho and have it have a nice upside. Or, I could use it on BG, gain increase by 1 when hit. I could use it on Shen, these type of units, the poison version too, any of these type of units, I could actually have Slapcrackers work. And to be fair, even in the current version, I still can. It just comes at a cost, right? I actually have to damage my unit. I would love at least there to be an additional high roll there of the Weakness Charm, but that is what it is. It still works there sometimes to hit your own units with it. But it's also it's a nice user of things that apply effects. So like sometimes Demonize, like Frost could be okay, Snow. It's just, the problem is it's still unreliable, right? But for what it's worth, even like Shroom might be somewhat okay. If you have nothing better to put it on, now you have something that's like an okay target for it. So there is that. But yeah, I don't find it better than B. I think it definitely is in the like, okay, I don't feel too bad that this is in my deck. Maybe B, that's kind of maybe how I will say B is. B is like, I don't feel too bad that this is in my deck. But I'm not like overly thrilled about it. And C tier is like, well, I guess this goes in, That's kind of, I think that's pretty accurate as I look at these. And then we have Blank Mask. It's generally pretty good. I don't think I love it quite as much as I think it's in most people's S tier. It's not in mine. I'm just going to come out right with that. I have at various points put it in S because there's certainly some high rolls where it just solves the entire game, right? But I think there's enough situations where it's kind of middling that it prevents it from being S tier, in my opinion. I'd hate to keep using the term win more, but I do think sometimes it's a win more card where it's like, if you have a unit that's good enough for Blank Mask to be really good, well, you are already pretty good then anyway. But if you're in a run where things are really shitty, well, Blank Mask is just going to copy a shitty card. So that's my main problem with it, but that would be a pretty simplistic way to look at it. Realistically, it's generally just getting you quite a lot of value. I don't know that I would rate it above Mask though, or the Axe. I think I might say it's generally preferable for me to have Axe in a deck, but it's really situational with a blank mask. It can be pretty good. It's the only other summon that I can add to my deck, by the way, other than Fallow, that actually has actual attack and health. So that's worth noting. But it does consume, so it's a one and done, right? That's kind of an unfortunate part of it. I think also if it didn't consume, definitely if it didn't consume, it would be S tier, I think. But I think the fact that it consumes, I don't know. I think it's pretty middling a lot of the time. I think in a rough run, it's not going to make it not rough. But in a rough run, Fallow will make it much better. Like a Fallow Mask to me is generally better than blank mask. Just getting that out is going to be good. And being able to replay it. But this doesn't replay. This really requires you to have a good target for it. Most of the time, you're going to have a good target for it, though. Just realistically, you're going to have a good target for it most of the time. That's why it's A tier, but not quite S. I don't know much. I could go into all the different situations that blank mask is good, but I could do a whole video on that, honestly. It's a very wild variant card what you're getting out of it on any given run. I've had a run where I took a Van June with a Pengu charm, made it have Snowcake level damage, blank masked it, and I literally blank masked it twice. Literally one-shot the enemy with a Fallow Mask, right? The whole final battle. It has a ceiling, and that ceiling is crazy, but I don't rank things on that when I'm win streaking. I'm ranking it on what did I get, most of the time from it. Most of the time, it's good. Borderline great. Okay, and then we got this card, which, I don't know. There's just not enough, there's not enough clunkers that have attack for this to be good, in my opinion. Gigi's Cookie Box. I think this is bad. It's also a one and done. It's I add 2 scrap. I add 2 attack one time. Then I add 2 trash, and it consumes. It's such a weird card to me. It's if it didn't consume, I still don't think I would like it because the attack component, there's just not enough actual, there's not enough dudes that attack. I would almost like it better if you remove the consume and remove the attack component. If it was just add 2 scrap and trash 2, I could work with that. Then I can do it on some of these even then though, I don't know. I guess it would have to be the Tootoo, I forget the name of it, but the Tootoo clunker, the one that loses a scrap and triggers a random ally. It would be good on that, but as it stands, I'm just ugh, it's a one and done. Best case is probably clunker. But as we've kind of determined, by me, 2 extra turns, 2 attack, whatever. I would rather actually have the Frostbite Shard in that case, right? Or Durian. I just don't see Gigi's Cookie Box being that good. I'm tempted to say F, but I'll put it in D because I think technically at least it kind of does stuff. Kind of similar to Blaze Bomb, and it's just, I don't see any reason for me to add this to a deck. But technically, I guess if I added it to a deck, it wouldn't perform. It would perform, most likely, if I had a reason to add it to a deck, right? But I think it's pretty bad. And then the Lumin Vase, here's probably another one that people like more than me. Or the Lumin Lantern, sorry. So, I don't know. There's definitely a ceiling with it. It can be S tier performant in some runs. But I just think on average it's not. I think it's a liability, and I generally regret adding it. It is similar to the Ice Dice, where you can't choose either side of what it hits. But at least it's guaranteed to hit an ally, unlike the Ice Dice, so it's definitely better than Ice Dice already in that regard. So the Lumin Lantern, I don't know. The one thing I will say is... it boosts the enemy effects more than it boosts your allies' effects. I think if I could choose the unit, this would be a pretty good card. But the fact that I can't limits it to a crown card, really. And if I'm not crowning the card, then it's just not worth me risking on a run. So I really have to commit to crowning it already, which is a commitment, right? But I will say, a lot of enemies do not benefit from the actual effect, and it's worth noting it can technically hit any of these enemies, right? It could hit a unit like Wattlegoon who has nothing, right? And or something like you know, a spike wall. Like, it's not going to give them extra smack back, right? So it doesn't always hit an enemy that's going to relevantly give it that, but most boards have at least one enemy it could hit that it actually is like annoying on. Like, even if I look at the final fight, for example, which we want to have in mind, like, I definitely do not want to have a Frost Crusher, especially if I don't have snow. Like, if I don't have Snowcake or something, or extra snow, I do not want this guy gaining 4 attack every attack. I do not want Junker gaining 3 attack every time a card is destroyed. So, like, it does surprise me a bit that this is rated so high in most lists, but I will say, I think it's like C tier, because you can still, like, there are some situations, there's a lot of situations, I think, enough that it's not D or F tier. Like I said, if you commit it to being a crown card, it could be pretty good. Like, you could put it on a Fizzle, for example, or a Mini Mika, for example, and you're getting very high value out of that on your own unit. So as long as you put that unit down first with the crown, then play this with the crown, you're guaranteed to get it on that unit. If you really wanted to, you could Lumin Vase this thing too, and actually get like double effect, right? You're still going to get gigantic effect on the enemy then. But if you also have like a Snowcake, or even some something like I don't know, like any of these other snow cards, you might be okay to have it. So I think it's usable. I've used it in runs, and I've had it be good, but I've also regretted it quite a lot when I add it. So I could actually be convinced lower. I don't think I can get, I can't get convinced higher of C for it. I could actually get convinced of D, but right now I think it's C. Some people have it in like S, and I'm like, I don't know what they're smoking. Like, they must not be going for true ending or something, because like that just doesn't make sense to me. I'm missing something there. Or they're not going for win streaks, maybe just going for like single wins here and there. I think for win streaking, Lumin Lantern's a huge liability. And then Berry Blade. Now this one's unfair to rate at the moment because it's fucking bugged. I really wish they would fix the bug. I'm probably a little more, it's only a dev team of 2, but I am a little bit annoyed at some of the bugs that have lingered in this game and not been fixed. Maybe I'm being unfair there, because again, it's only a dev team of like 2 people, but I don't know. You've got a publisher, like, you've made some money now, like, if you're having this much trouble figuring out how to make this card, which to me seems like it's a pretty simple algorithm here, right? Front ally is this so hard? Like restore health equal to the damage dealt of the front ally. Like, is this that hard of an algorithm to not just have bugged? So the bug, if you weren't aware, is like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Obviously, there has to be a rhyme or reason to it. So I get that it's probably really weird bug to debug, right? So I'm being a little harsh here, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know, just recode the damn thing. Like, I don't know why. To me, I'm just envisioning, I'm not a master programmer. I can code. I do a little, I attempt to design games myself. In my head, I'm like, okay, the pseudo code is like, deal damage, check the damage that was dealt, and give heal to front ally. I don't know why it's any more complicated than that, right? But apparently it is, because this thing is bugged, and you cannot rely on it to actually heal your unit. It will just randomly not heal them for no rhyme or reason. But again, knowing coding, at a certain level, the thing's doing exactly what you told it to do. So there's got to be some rhyme or reason to it, but it's completely cryptic to me what the rhyme or reason is. So when I evaluate it, I do kind of take that into effect right now. I think if it weren't bugged, this is a really good card. If it were not bugged, it's a neutral card, so it's probably useful in some clans more than others, but I don't know. I think it'd be a pretty good card if it weren't bugged, but the fact that it's bugged, like I said, I'm win streaking. It's really hard for me to rely on it, but I will say this. Most of the time, the bug doesn't happen, right? So if I can compare it to a Slapcrackers in that regard, and to me, it currently sits B tier, I think, because of that. I think that probably the similar chance that a Slapcracker doesn't hit the units you need it to is probably the similar chance, maybe even a less chance that Berry Blade hits the bug, right? But it can be devastating. If you're relying on that unit to get healed that turn to survive and it just doesn't heal the unit, then obviously you lost your win streak. But I will say I've taken it a few times still on my win streak because I had to. There was no better card. And yeah, it's bugged a few times, but the most time it does not bug. And it's really good when it's not bugging. I would say if it didn't bug, it would be an A tier card. You know, to me, it's a card that is very good. You know, this is a card that I feel this wishes it was. Keep in mind, I can do quite a lot to get more than 3 damage out of this. I can do Demonize. I can just use a Flame Water or something on the card. I can add some charms. Like, there's a lot I can do to get a gigantic heal out of this thing. You know, this card is everything that both these cards wish they were. It's the card that Demonize wish it was. It's the card that Berry Basket wishes it was. It's way better, but it's bugged. So it's B tier cap right now, but I think it's A tier if the bug did not exist. And then Spore, well, what do you call it? Spore something. Spore Pack, right. I think I like this card a lot less than people do. I think it's okay, but I really don't think it is that good. I mean, at a baseline, it's doing 3 overall damage barrage, which, okay, it's okay. I think if that was a card that wasn't Shroom and it was just 3 damage immediately attack, it would be better. You know, this is not applying so much Shroom that it now makes a Shroom deck work. I kind of just see it as like a card that you can kind of add if nothing else is better, so it feels very C tier to me. Now, yeah, there's definitely some charms, and you can Lumin base it. There's ways to make it work, but these are all investments and I don't think the payoff is gigantically good. Keep in mind the way Shroom applies damage. It happens after they attack, so it's not like you can't like play it and then have it prevent any damage, right? So it's a little slow in that regard. Shroom is. I've definitely made Shroom decks work. It's definitely better than Spice typically, but it's still not like an incredible mechanic in my opinion. And take it from me, if you've seen me play other card games, I love anything that's like damage over time. It's just there's something fun about it. So I'll make a Shroom deck work if I can. It's fun, right? But realistically, if I'm talking objectively speaking, I don't think Spore Pack is actually that good. I think the other a similar theme with me is like I think the single target stuff is generally better, and I might as well just do both these cards right now. So like, you know, this Hongo Hammer, it already does, and this is one of the few cards that randomly has like a 1 damage that I don't mind the 1 damage on. I'm like, okay, cool, that 1 damage that's all right by me. So this thing, you know, it does 1 immediate damage, but then the 3 Shroom to the 1 target. It seems weird that I would rank this higher than the Spore Pack, but I do. And hopefully I can explain why, because honestly it's hard for me to explain why. Because obviously 2 Shroom to the whole floor is going to be better. You know, as we said, it's 6 damage, assuming a whole row. It doesn't always hit a whole row, but assuming a whole row, then it's 9 damage total. Whereas this one's going to be, you know, the 1 damage initially, so you got the 3 Shroom, the 2 Shroom, the 1 Shroom, so that's 6, and then 7, so 7 versus 9. Obviously 9 is more damage, but we're talking 7 targeted damage to a single unit, which usually, I've said it before, but like not every enemy is created equally. It's the same reason I value Frostbloom more than Frostbell. It's like generally if I look at a row, very rare that the whole row is threatening to me. Really, it's typically 1 unit, maybe 2 units in that row that I really want to deal with. So I generally just want a Hongo Hammer. Plus, I think it benefits more from like a Lumin Base, for example. I get 6 Shroom to the 1 target. That's going to be a lot of damage, especially if I then hit it with like a unit, like a Wart or a Fun Gun. I think the Hongo Hammer opens up Shroom a lot more, and I think it's better in a non-Shroom deck a lot more. I think the Hongo Hammer is just better. So for me, Sport Pack is like C tier. It's okay, but I don't think I like it as much as people do. And I think Hongo is like B tier. It's still not like gigantically great, but I can make a Hongo Hammer work a lot more than I can make a Sport Pack work. Let's put it that way. And here's a card I don't think people are typically super high on this drum, the Sunlight Drum. Maybe they are. I'm not. I mean, it's worse. To me, it's worse than all the other starter cards of that nature. Just the same way that all enemies are not created equal, well, your companions are also the same way. Usually there's only really one companion you want to particularly get the counter down by. Obviously, run to run that will not always be the case, but if I generalize, for me at least, generally I only have 1 unit particularly that I want a steroid on, and absolutely I'd rather have a Sunrod or a Sunburst Tootoo. I'd get double the amount of counter instead of just 1 counter, right? Even a Sunbox, I'm at least getting, some recycle, which may or may not be good. Usually it's good, and also I get an actual attack on it. Like, I think Sunlight Drum is worse in all these cases, and definitely it's worse than Sun Cream. Sun Cream is a really good card. Well, you can guess where I'm going to rank that. But, yeah, I don't know. For me, Sunlight Drum, it's a card I often add, and I almost always regret it. I'm like, I don't know when the hell I'm going to play this thing. It's so unimpactful most of the time. Like, it'll jump me ahead of the enemy sometimes, but it just doesn't do enough. Like the actual barrage component is almost always wasted for me. And if that's the case, then it's just like, it's such a worse version of all of these other cards. So for me, it's like a C tier card. I could even go D, maybe, but C is probably more fair. In theory, it should perform better than it does for me, but it has just performed so poorly for me. That's my problem. Like, I add some of these cards like Berry Basket and Sunlight Drum that in theory should be okay for me in a run, but then I get into the actual fight, and I'm looking at the card in my hand, I'm just like, how the hell, like, when do I ever play this? Like, I got too much crap to deal with here. I need cards that actually have giant impact, and these are just such low impact cards in my opinion. It makes me want to put it in D, honestly. But I'm going to leave it in C, because at the end of the day, it's still, like, cooldown reduction should be good, even if it's just 1. And even if it's only to 1 unit I care about, it should still be okay. It should still be C or above, I think. It's a lot better than 2 heal. And then we got the starting card. This every clan has kind of their, tech card starter, like the JunJun Mask for Shade Mancer, but it is the Flask of Ink for Clunk Masters, and it's pretty good. It counts as a hit, even if it's 0 damage for what that's worth. Usually it's not worth anything since you're silencing it before you hit it. That's kind of how it works. So I don't know why it hits. It probably doesn't need to, but for whatever it's worth, it does. I guess you could add damage to it if you wanted to. But really, it's just apply 4 ink to a single target. There's not much else to this card. It's really good, but the real ink card is B.I.N.K, right? That's the one that breaks the game. This one's not going to break the game. This is a much more balanced card. it is an investment to only ink one thing, and the 4 ink is good, but it's I think it's a very well balanced card, unlike B.I.N.K, which is just stupidly powerful. I think it's A tier. Again, it's a starter card, so how do you rank a starter card? But generally, you're going to find yourself playing this card. Keep in mind, you can play it on your own card, if you want to. So there is that, and sometimes it makes sense if you have like a Skaven, and you don't have any need to have junk in that deck yet or ever, then you might consider inking your own unit and preventing a few junk from getting out there. In some weird cases, you could Lumin Vase it as well to get the double effect. I've done it before, but I think you got to be in a pretty desperate situation to do that. Just very useful though. Ink really, it makes Combat 5 a lot easier. Just guaranteed to have this in your deck. You can take a Woolly Drek and make it so it can't eat a unit. You can take a Bigfoot so it's not aimless and just runs into a chump blocker. You can make the Frost Jailer allow you to move your units in and out of battle or around on the board. You can prevent the Frost Lancer from randomly attacking your leader or something. You can prevent Marrow from giving teeth to everyone. The sky is the limit with this card. I do keep it out of S though, because I still think that it can be awkward to play the card sometimes. Particularly in the final battle, like I said, you can play it on the Jailer, but you're using a turn to do that, so you still got other stuff that might be popping off. So you got to keep that stuff in mind. I think A tier is acceptable. Yeah. Some of these I've ordered ahead of another. I don't know, like, does it really matter if I order a Flask of Ink over a Sun Rod or whatever? I guess I put it above that. I don't know that. We talk about Ink being really good. I do still think Snow. I think Snow is Snow is rated pretty high, but I think Snow is still better than Ink. It's just that B.I.N.K is stupidly powerful. Like if you had a card that did not consume and applied 3 Snow to the entire board, you'd put that as S tier just the same as B.I.N.K, right? And if this applies 4 ink, if I had a card that just applied 4 Snow, obviously that would be really good too. I still think 3 Snow typically beats 4 ink. So I think I will keep that ahead of it. Then we got the Gizmo's Gadget, or whatever you call it. Giggy's Gizmo. Bleh. It ain't F, but I think it's a D. Probably better than this, just since it can keep getting played, but I don't know. It just... I don't need Scrap in the Clunk Masters. You know who I would need it in? This is Snow Dwellers. That's who I would need it in. I would want to give Chrono some extra health. Or my Spice Flag, or whatever it's called. The Spice Flag that keeps the spice in play. I would want to give that something. Now, technically, I can get... the neutral card for it that does the same thing. But I guess my point is, like, this is specific to Clunk Master. But, like, which clunkers do I really need to add Scrap to? For being named the Clunk Masters, I'm usually basing my deck around companions and items. It's not the clunkers that make that clan good. It's the companions and the items. So, just by the nature of that, I don't have much use for it. I guess if the clunkers were something I needed to rely on, like if they did a massive nerf of the clan, and I'm telling you, it would have to be a massive nerf to this clan. You'd have to nerf like every companion. You would have to, like literally all of them. You'd have to nerf almost every card for the clan. And their starting cards. Maybe then this becomes useful. But until then, I got no use for it. Flame Water. I don't love it. It is definitely a good user of Cake Charm, I will say. So it's nice that you have like in your starting deck something that benefits from Cake Charm. But beyond that, I don't see a whole lot of upside. Like it's, as bad as Scrappy Sword is, I've kind of made the determination that in most fights, especially early to mid, playing the sword is just going to be better than playing a Flame Water. Just getting 2 targeted damage versus scaling a unit by a measly 1 attack. Even if it's like it's at its best if you get like a Foxy or something like that, right? Something that has some serious force amplification going on. But if you don't have a Barrage or a Frenzy unit, Flame Water is pretty bad. It just isn't gonna, like, you have to have a unit attack twice. Like, they have to attack twice, right? For it to even match what a Scrappy Sword immediately does. And that's assuming you don't waste any of that attack damage, right? You're usually not wasting Scrappy Sword damage. So I think it's pretty bad, personally. I'm surprised people tend to like this card. There's definitely some upside, but I really don't think it's much better than Scrappy Sword. And if you've watched me play, most of the time, quite a lot of the time, I will remove a Flame Water before a Scrappy Sword, because at least at that point in the game, that's usually at the point in the game where I'm coming up on like potential Crunker fight. I would absolutely rather have a Scrappy Sword in that fight than a Flame Water. Are you kidding me? Like, absolutely. Take out some ice boxes, take out an Ice Lantern, take out Crunker itself, take out some spike walls. What's Flame Water going to do for me there at that point? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's pretty bad. Definitely one of the big reasons that the starting deck for Snow Dwellers sucks. And the Pom Bom. Now this is a card that I also think I don't like as much as everybody. It's obviously really good when it is good. I will say it actually uses Durian Charm pretty well, oddly enough. I don't know if that'll last, though. I don't know if it's like intended. But basically, if you put a Durian Charm on it, it'll make it do, 10 damage, obviously, but it'll do it still to like 2 units, the 2 front units. And but it doesn't have to be undamaged is the big thing. I think this is the biggest problem with this card is the undamaged component, obviously. And I think that people underestimate how much of a downside that is. I think that so often you're looking at a board that by the time you draw this, just like half of it is damaged, if not more. So it only does like 5 damage to maybe 1 or 2 units, sometimes 0. Certainly in the final battle, it's absolutely useless, right? Unless you're going to like crown it with a Snow Charm or something, and even then it's just a 1 and done. It's pretty crap. So certainly it's useless in the final battle. We know that. So it already skews down, but it's not doing the type of work that like an Azul Axe does that earns it a really good rating for what it's doing up until that fight. And certainly even in the final fight, Axe is definitely going to do more for you than Pom Bom does. I can still build around an Axe if I'm comboing it with like a Vesta or an Azul Candle, but there's no upside with Pom Bom in the final battle, aside from Durian. Now that being said, it still is like somewhat desirable to take if the other stuff sucks. So like, I think it is B tier, but like pretty far down in the B tier. I think it's super overrated. But certainly if you can get a turn where it's hitting multiple enemies, it was worth it, right? So it can earn you a lot of gold sometimes if you can actually use it to kill units. There's definitely some upside with it, but none to do with the final battle. It's all leading up till then. There's really no upside in the final battle. And the JunJun Mask is just, we rank it as a starter card. And I gotta say it's pretty good. This card alone really is probably why when I first started playing the game, before, you start playing the game, you don't know what you're doing, right? But my initial favorite clan was the Shademancers, and this is probably the big reason of it. I was like, wow, I can just keep summoning a unit in every deck. I don't know why it doesn't list the health and the, oh yeah, that's not it, JunJun. Yeah, I mean, it's not much health and stuff, but and it's aimless, so it's like it's a bad unit, but it's a unit. Like, and early on, I can still probably get 2 hits out of it, right? Either offensively or defensively, depending on what I'm looking for from it. If I'm looking for a chump blocker, which is most of the time, right? I'm not looking for offense from this thing, but the offense is there if I need it, right? 3 cooldown, 2 damage, even if it's aimless, that's still, as far as the early game is concerned, that's still a lot of damage. That's more damage. I need to turn this shit off. That's more damage than your leader does in a lot of cases. So it's just providing a lot, like early, but even late game, it's still a chump block. Like that's going to be gigantically useful for you in almost every fight. The fact that you can place it down, it's still better than a Shade Wisp, right? Because you can place it down 1 turn, but then you can choose where you put it, right? You don't have to always put it in the front. So I don't know. It's always like pretty useful. I put it in A. I wouldn't say it's like S, obviously, but I do think that it embodies to me kind of why the Shade Lancers have a good starting deck, and a big part of that is the JunJun Mask. I mean, I would say it's better than the Tootoo. Is it better than the bottled Snow? I don't know. I think we're splitting hairs at that point. I think the Snow card's better, but not much. They're both really good. Yeah, just being able to chump block. If all it ever did was chump block, it's still an incredible starter card. But, you know, it benefits from the Lamb Charm. It benefits from Van Jun. It benefits from the stuff that, you know, Devacrow. Like, it's just, this card is better than most of the actual, you know, this is a card I actually could stack up, by the way, against, like, if I were to stack this card up against the rest of the, like, it'd probably be a it'd be like a B tier card if I could actually add it to my deck, you know? That's what I would say about it. Like, I would generally add it more than most of the other summons that are available to the Shademancers. It's obviously objectively worse than Fallow Mask at that point, but, like, I would still add it because I'm like, this is actually just better than most of the summoned cards available to this clan. Then Molten Dip. Molten Dip is just a very solid card. It's a one and done. You can't always get the full row benefit out of it, but you don't always need to. But a lot of times you can. There's not a gigantic ceiling with it because you can't. It's already consumed, so you can't add like cake charm to it or anything. But I don't know. Usually, I'm almost always just playing it vanilla, and it's gonna do about what it does on every run. And on every run, it's like A tier, I would say. I would definitely generally prefer it than the B tier cards, but I don't think it's like top of A. I would generally want Snow or like a tech card like Azul or, you know, Steroid. I would generally want all of that more than the flat attack, but I definitely want the flat attack more than anything here, right? It's really, really good, really solid. Just don't expect it to single-handedly carry your run, right? You know, my S tier cards can almost single-handedly carry a run in some regards, but this can't. But it can certainly facilitate it. What are we on to here? Shellbow. Yeah, so if you asked me what the best card in the game, I think it's Shellbow. Which is funny because like the first few runs I did, I thought it sucked. I was like, God, I have to take 2 damage to just get this measly like net 3 shell positive. But I think once you unlock the true ending and you know, particularly are able to get the Lumin Vase, that changes things quite a lot. This is probably the most solid. Like if I get a Shellbow, probably my Lumin Vase is going there. There's a lot of high roll charms for Shellbow, but I just don't need them. But if they're there if I want them, like a weakness charm, for example, which usually sucks, is great with Shellbow. Moko charm is even better. It's doing what the weakness charm does, but just frenzying it as well. So, you know, we're talking about obviously the weakness charm reduces the 2 attack, so it just doesn't hurt my unit at all. I should look at the unit too, or the card for those that don't know it. So it's a card that is Barrage, and it does 2 damage, but it applies 5 shells. So that's the weird component of it, right? Like you're doing 2 damage to your own floor to then apply 5 shells. So it's by default just a net 3 defense gain, which is still good, right? I mean, if you compare that to the berry basket is still objectively better, right? Unless you have, well, yeah, it's objectively better because the only time you can't apply it is if your unit started, is like Yuki or something that doesn't even have 2 health. But then you wouldn't care about berry basket with that unit anyway, right? So it's just objectively better than that card as a baseline. But then the upside, which is incredibly easy to achieve, right? I literally will, assuming I don't get bugged, which is another weird bug that I'm probably a little too harsh on the developers for, but honestly, the fact that the Lumin components don't show up on every run is getting increasingly annoying to me, and I really hope they fix that, because it's just annoying to have that happen. It's another one that just seems like it should be a simple fix, so I don't know why that one just isn't like pushed out already. Like, I'd rather see some bug fits than new features, honestly, but whatever. That's tangent aside. Assuming I actually get the Lumin vase offered on the run, it'll always go into Shellbow well, right? Because it's going to keep the damage at 2, but then it goes to 10 shells. So now instead of a 3 defense benefit, I'm getting an 8 defense benefit, which is gigantic, right? Like that's a Frost Lancer hit and then some. And I can just keep playing it over and over again. That will single-handedly win me the run almost every time. It's the only card that just seems like I have it. Like it's like we talked about with Fallow Mask. Like I see it and I grab it and I'm like, okay, I'm probably gonna win, right? But with Shellbow, it's like I'm definitely gonna win. There's just no question about it, unless I play incredibly sloppy. Even if I do play incredibly sloppy, I'm probably still gonna win with Shellbow. It's just stupid. And then obviously there's stuff like Chompom that's just hilariously busted with it. But you do not need a Chompom for Shellbow to be insanely good. Like, all I need is the frickin' Lumin Vase. That's all I need. And even leading up till then, it's fine, right? 3 net defense is still fine. It's something I can stack, right? I don't have to get hit and play it first. I don't have to get healed. I don't have to have it be a heal. It's always going to just work. And then there's, several charms that are good with it. It's just stupidly good. I think it's the best card in the game. Shellbow. And then Yeti Mask. This, to me, I did talk about it in the companion tier list, but I think it's the best of the sacrifice cards, the ones where you kill an ally. I think by a pretty decent margin, it's the best. I mean, 3 snow to the whole row is really good. The only downside is it is a sacrifice card, so if you're not doing it in a Chikachi deck, then aside from Noomlin Biscuit, it is still awkward to do it because you're going to have to play essentially 2 cards to make this work. Now, I would say, though, even in that regard, Fallow Mask also could make it better, because Fallow Mask has so much health that you could still get decent value. If I chump block a hit with a Fallow, it survives, and then I sacrifice it. So even in that regard, Fallow Mask could kind of support cards like this, being a little less awkward, but the worst case scenario for these sacrifice cards are that you don't have a Fallow, you don't have a Chikachi, you don't have a Noomlin Biscuit, and then you're only able to do, like I would summon in a JunJun, which is 1 turn, and then instead of allowing it to chump block something, I have to then play another card and sacrifice it. And what I'll say about Yeti Skull is it's the only one of these sacrifice cards that in that scenario still feels like it was worth doing that for. Playing 2 entire cards, giving up a chump block, 3 snow to the whole row is still worth that, I think. So for that, I'm going to put it in the A tier. I think it's a pretty good card. Not S. I think it is S when you have a Chikachi. I do think that. But in a general sense, I think it's like A tier. It's definitely the most desirable sacrifice card. Hands down. Hands down. Then here's a card. I don't think the video is out yet. It'll come out soon, but for the longest time I slept on this card. And I will say this, I don't love the design of the card. I think they could honestly stand to just redesign the card, but for what it's worth, it's actually a pretty good card. Soulbound Skulls. So it what do I say about Soulbound Skulls? It's a crown or bust card. That's it. And it is, a benefactor. There's some additional ceiling with it, right? If you've seen like the Reddit post, you can technically get it to the point where it deletes the entire board turn one. But that's pretty unlikely. Generally what you're looking at is you crown the card, you put down the unit that you don't care about, ideally like a Chikachi, or an egg, but you might just have to do a JunJun Mask at worst. So you put down the unit that you don't care about, then you play this on the thing that I didn't realize, the thing that I didn't realize about this card is that you can choose the unit that you put it on. Like usually these type of things, I would have assumed it was like a random enemy, but no, you can choose the enemy. So for that alone, it's really good. I mean, obviously there's a lot of investment with the crown here. The crown's involved. I need 2 crowns to make this work, and the other crown card that I have is just going to die. But that's still worth it. I mean, there's a lot of fights this just trivializes. Like the final fight, I can just kill the jailer right off the bat, right? Or if I don't have any snow, maybe I kill the crusher, right? Whatever unit is most threatening to me, I just get an initial free kill on, which is gigantically good. There's other fights too. I mean, the Woolly Drek would be a good example. Like I can just have Woolly Drek immediately die. That's pretty big, right? So it's honestly a really good card. I used to put it in F tier because I didn't realize you could choose the enemy. I thought if you couldn't choose the enemy, I think it's pretty bad. But the fact that you can choose the enemy is pretty busted. There's also now the only reason I'm not putting it in the S, because what I just listed off there is an incredible effect. But so the reason it's not an S is it does require a lot of investment to get that to work. You're definitely delaying your turn one otherwise to get that to work. But also, if I don't get a bread charm, the one that usually sucks to find, bread charm, gain consume. If I don't get that, or I don't get the Moko charm, then it's going to cycle back into my deck because for some reason this card is not consume. Once again, just the cards that consume versus the ones that don't make any sense. But it's absolutely a dead weight in your deck if you don't have those charms, because once it cycles back in, there's no way you risk playing this unless you're just in the most dire situation ever, right? Which I have had happen, but what was I going to say? Oh yeah, but the fact that it's you're risking your leader get hit, because usually you're not playing with a full board, right? So you're looking at I'd say on average a 1 out of 3 to a 1 out of 4 that it hits your leader, and the game is over at that point, right? Because obviously if you used this on an enemy, that if you were in a position that you needed to play second Soulbound Skulls on a second cycle through, I have to imagine you're in a dire situation and you're just YOLOing it. And yeah, maybe some of the times that works, but if we're talking about win streaks, that's definitely not something you want to risk, right? Because you quite literally can't win the game at that point unless you have a way to get barrier or more than 100 health onto your hero. Because the way Soulbound works is it does 100 damage to the unit. So that's why it's not S tier, and it's also just kind of weirdly designed, I would say, in that regard. But just for what you can get out of it, simply by, you're always guaranteed to hopefully have at least 2 crowns on a run. You start with 1 crown by default on a 3-bell run. But you should hopefully, even in the worst case scenario, be able to buy at least 1 crown additional. So it's almost always going to at least be able to get you that initial value, which is just crazy good value. I'll be honest, I could even argue S still for it, but I'll leave it at A for now. Every deck, I think, needs to add this, is basically how I feel about it. It's a Shademancer exclusive. the clan already struggles, and this card solves all the fights where it struggles the most, the clan, in my opinion. You can put it on a boss, by the way. You can literally put it on a boss. So, yeah. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so here's a card that I think people are going to get pissed at me for, but I can only just... This has been my experience with it, all right? Don't hate me. Don't hate me, okay? I think everybody kind of thinks this is the best card in the game, but for me, it's not even going to be in my S tier, Bom Barrel. So, allow me to explain myself. So let's, we're as I explained in the other video, I don't consider the value of the cards with exploits, which I do consider crowning Bom Barrel to be an exploit. I played around with it just because, why not, right? But I have definitely determined that Bom Barrel as a crown is an exploit, and as we can see in the patch notes, they're removing that capability from the game anyway. So I'm not going to say... Now, I'd be fine crowning the card, but just the fact that it would have to be that I'm not allowed to play that trash, right? Like, I'm not allowed to then follow up hitting the enemies with that trash for free 4 to 8 times, right? I could Lumin Base it, and I could do it 8 times. That's ridiculous. Sure, it's S tier in that scenario, but that, to me, that's like playing StarCraft and typing in Power Overwhelming. Like, sure, I can type in Power Overwhelming, but I'm not really playing the game. It seems like an exploit. So, exploits aside, I just think it's a pretty good card, but I do think that the downside of the trash is definitely realized. Like, 4 bomb is incredible to every unit, but even in the final fight, there's 2 ways to go about it, right? You could Lumin Vase it and go with 8 bomb, or you could, but you're gonna get 8 trash in that scenario. But even if just at the base 4 bomb and 4 trash, like, you're gonna do a lot of damage with it, but I don't know, like if your deck doesn't have a mini Mika in it, or a Tycho, or you don't have significant recycle, which I don't find every deck is going to actually have the opportunity to have significant recycle, then I don't think that you actually get S tier value out of this card. I think you do get a lot of value from that bomb, but the next cycles to the deck are going to be pretty fucking rough. I mean, if the Muncher is a good map event, then this is 2 Munchers in the other direction, right? Deck sizes are not that big. 4 trash is a lot of trash to add. That's way more than any other card adds. That's like 4 attack cycles of Skaven, Like, that's a lot of trash. But it can be good to combo with a recycle cord the turn you do it. But I'm telling you, like, it really hurts the redraw consistency. So for me, it's not S tier. And I hold to that. I think that I've literally removed it from my decks before because it wasn't a benefit enough. So there's no way it's S tier to me if that's the case. I know people will disagree with me. That's fine. I don't need everybody to be yes men, but at the same time, I got the way I look at cards. Everybody has the way they look at cards, and this is the way I look at it. And even like if I compare it to Soulbound Skulls, for example, I think it's definitely better than a Yeti Mask, but I think a Soulbound Skulls is better, personally. Like, Bom Barrel is not solving the final fight for me the way that a Soulbound Skulls does. No way. Like, yeah, I get 4 bomb on every unit, but if I haven't, if it's a rough run, I don't have any frenzy units somehow, right? If I don't have any of that, like, the bomb isn't going to be that... It's not going to be enough that it just solves the fight on its own. It's not. But certainly when that trash comes back through the deck, it's going to be a downside in some cases. It's not if I have enough recycle. I mean, again, if the trash is not a downside, this is S tier, right? It's an S tier card. But if it is, when I think of the S tier, I'm like, this card I can always pick. I will just always snap pick this card. It's always going to perform. And to me, Bom Barrel is not that. It's not, but these are. So my apologies to the Bom Barrel lovers out there. It just, I'm not on that train. I think it's great. I think it's a great card, but it's not the S tier card, in my opinion. And then Proto Stomper, is it called? I just call it the Proto Canyon. Proto Stomper. But really, it's the Proto Cannon. I mean, come on, look at it. It's a cannon. Now, this is a much less price to pay for obviously less of an effect, but still a pretty good effect. 8 to a single target kills quite a lot of enemies in this game. Quite a lot of them. Not a horrible Durian Charm benefactor either. If the trash is a downside, which sometimes it is, but you know, it's half the trash of Bom Barrel. It still could be a downside though, right? The trash can still be a downside even if it's just 2 trash. But generally I find like, I feel like even in a deck that likes trash, the Bom Barrel almost adds too much trash, whereas a Proto Stomper doesn't. I still think the Bom Barrel overall is a better card than Proto Stomper, but it's just something to note. It's why I think the trash component of Bom Barrel is often overlooked for the downside that it often is. But I don't know. There's not a whole lot for me to say about the Proto Cannon. It's probably like top of B or bottom of A. It's not going to do anything in the final fight, other than if you need the trash component of it. So it still could just provide you trash, right? Well, just doing some decent damage. But 8 damage isn't gonna like speed up the fight gigantically, because there's so much health to deal with, right? But it's pretty good, and I don't know, maybe it's A tier. It feels like it definitely should be a tier lower than the Bom Barrel, all things considered. And yeah, I mean, as I look at this, I'm like, it does seem a cut below the A tier. But it's definitely solid. It's very similar to Azul Battle Axe. I just think Battle Axe is a cut above in kind of performing the same task. You know, both of them open up some archetypes, or not archetypes, but synergies. And they both deal with a single target pretty well. But the Azul Battle Axe also deals with the whole frickin' row. And yeah, I think Battle Axe is definitely better at what it does. And Blaze Bomb. This is, or not Blaze Bomb, Bomb Tea or something. What is it called? Something, Blaze Tea, right. Some combination there. This is a card that used to probably be in my S tier, and it's gone down and down and down and down. I don't know. I don't know that it's that good. It's weird because like it does go against kind of how I've evaluated some of the companions in the game, but it just comes down to like what it does in practice. Like, you know, I'll often look at if I evaluate the damage of a unit when they have different counters, I'll try to look at it over the course of time, like what outputs more damage. So like, obviously if I look at something that way, Blaze Tea seems amazing, right? There's no way mathematically with most units that adding a frenzy and increasing the counter by 1 isn't like massively positive, or not massively, but it isn't like positive, right? The problem becomes when it's like, I don't know, like for whatever reason, in practice, it just seems like it actually doesn't help out my cards that much when I do it. In some cases, it hurts it. Like, I have had runs where like Chomp Pomp is a great example, right? It seems like a unit that would just love Frenzy, right? And it would, right? To be fair, it would like it, but there's a few things going on. It's like, I think it's not a very good card to put on a unit that already has low counter, but it is a good card to put on a unit that has like already a higher counter. It's weird how it works. I guess the best way I can explain it is like, take a unit like Chomp Pomp. They have 3 cooldown by default. So if I play Sunrod, which already comes by default in that clan, you know, reduce the counter by 2, then it will always attack no matter what. But that's not the case with the Blaze Tea. Now, true, I could kill 2 units in the row with a Blaze Tea, but that often is not actually as useful to me as just making sure I kill the first unit in a row. You know, like a woolly Drek or a Bigfoot. Like I probably don't care about the gromp behind it that much, right? But what I do care is that I can kill the unit before it attacks me. So that's, I guess, my big problem with Blaze Tea is in a lot of scenarios. Same thing with Yuki, by the way, right? This is the same thing with like a Yuki. So the units that seem like they would benefit the most from Frenzy, like Chomp Pomp and Yuki, biggest examples, huge attack units that by default only have one attack, actually don't benefit from it that much because I generally just need them to kill one unit. I don't actually need them to kill multiple units. And honestly, even if I have, and then there's a further component here too, like especially when I already have Frenzy, it becomes even worse. Like if I'm using it to add the first stack of Frenzy, it's usually, I would say, worth it. But if I already have like a Chrono, definitely taking it from 2 Frenzy to 3 Frenzy at the cost of a counter is just generally not worth it. Even though mathematically it is. Mathematically it means definitely more damage over the same, you know, if I look at like a 6-turn, 7-turn sample. But the fact that I just can't jump ahead of the enemy as easily absolutely is a downside. So Blaze Tea to me is like B tier. It is still pretty useful, and I do love it. There's some units that really like it. Like I think a Vesta loves it, right? You know, that greatly speeds up a unit like Vesta and its ability to kill the final boss. So there's definitely some units it really likes, but I think it actually is a downside in a lot of cases, more than you think. And I've regretted taking Blaze Tea so many times that it just continues to go down in my book. I mean, it would be better than a Pom Bomb, though. And I guess it should be above. Yeah, I think it's probably around here. Better than a Slapcracker? Probably better than that. Probably better than that. It's like the higher part of B, I would say. We'll leave it there. I think it doesn't need to be next to a Nutshell. I would definitely take the Nutshell Cake a lot more than it. But these other things, yeah, I'd probably take a Blaze Tea over them. But I don't know. I don't think it's actually that good. You know, and another thing here, you know, for those of us, probably, if you watch my channel, you probably come from Monster Train, right? So it's worth saying that it's a difference I've noticed in Wildfrost versus Monster Train. Like Frenzy, aka Multi-Strike, is not nearly as needed as it is in Monster Train, you know? Now, obviously, you can win Monster Train without it, but it's such a huge benefit to have Multi-Strike on your unit in Monster Train, but it just isn't that necessary in Wildfrost. Like the problem is that it's a huge difference, right? Because in Wildfrost, there is no turn limit, right? In Monster Train, you're going to have a set number of turns, so offense is very important. I don't think offense is quite nearly as important in Wildfrost. It only is if you missed on Snow, particularly, or Silence. So if you missed on Snow and you missed on Silence, then yes, you're going to want to add a significant amount of offense to compensate. But I don't know. I'm like 25 in now on true ending only runs, win streak, at the point of recording this video. And in my opinion, control and defense outdoes offense. Like, if you can just control the fight, you can make that fight go on as long as you need it to. Even if you're doing just 2 damage with your unit, you'll eventually win. That's an extreme example, but I've had that be the case. Like, you can afford a fight to be slow on offense as long as you can control it. So it's really just comes down to the run. It's why I value Snow so highly. And even like defensive cards like Shellbow, like even the final fight has a hard time outpacing me with a Shellbow. If I don't have any Snow, then the Frost Crusher will eventually outpace me, but that's why I would just dedicate my control in that fight to the Crusher. I mean, I'll have a proper guide coming out on how to deal with this fight, because I think I deal with it pretty well. In general, though, the priority is you gotta control Crusher. And then it's a judgment call past that. Like, usually it's Junker is the next on the priority list, unless you can somehow not have a bunch of cards get junked. Then you just, by the time usually you want to kill Jailer, and then once you kill Jailer, the fight is usually solved, but you also need to have throwaways, and you just have to be able to survive a Lancer hit on your leader somehow, or your damage carry. Maybe 2. So if you think about it along those lines, not really anything in there did I list you needing offense as a dire need there, right? If you just do everything I just said, you will win. You don't actually need offense. But that's a big tangent. I'll have a proper guide on that fight coming out. But don't fully neglect offense. I just don't think it's not like Monster Train where something like a Blaze Tea would be such a high add, and even a Blaze Bomb, right? In Monster Train, Blaze Bomb would be getting added all the time, but not in Wildfrost, in my opinion. And then we got the single target Acorn, which is basically just objectively worse than Shellbow, but guess what? It's still really good. Shell Shield. So, apply 4 shell to single target. If we're just comparing it vanilla to Shellbow, it's only 1 additional defense, because you're essentially getting 3 defense, but with the Lumin Vase, it's actually the same exact amount, and this is only 1 target, right? So and that's, if I don't have a Shellbow, but I do have a Shell Shield, I'm probably open to putting Lumin on the Shell Shield, depending on what my needs are, right? But there's still some advantages Shell Shield has over Shellbow. If the Shellbow doesn't find a weakness charm or something like that, the Shell Shield is a really nice card for your clunkers. And especially if you have a Shellbow, I'll still add a Shell Shield if I'm running clunkers, because a Shell Shield allows, or like a Yuki, for example, you have to deal with the fact that this does 2 damage, but if you have Shell Shield, you can play that first, and then it's ready for Shellbow, either a clunker or a Yuki, or like a Tiny Tycho, right? I have 1 run coming up where I do it with Tiny Tycho, but so yeah, all things considered, I think Shell Shield is still one of the best defensive cards in the game. It's just not quite as crazy as Shellbow, but there are some advantages it has over Shellbow, particularly with a Yuki or a clunker or a Tiny Tycho. And it works in conjunction with Shellbow. You can absolutely add both. I wouldn't not add one if I had the other. And obviously it's game winning with Chomp Bomb. So I think it's A tier, not S, but definitely high end of A tier. I would probably actually even put it above the Axe, honestly. It's a card I would not at all be sad to have. I think it's pretty legit. And then what are we down to here now? Another card that I hate. This is in my eyes the worst of the sacrifice cards. This is the Tiger Skull. Once again, we already have Taiga. We already have Tusk. I don't think we need any other teeth in this clan. That is enough. Those are great units in their own right. And if I can, I'll be honest with you, I basically never use Tiger Skull. I never use Tigris Mask, but I use those companions a lot. I use Tigris and Taiga and Tusk a lot. So the fact that they obviously work on their own, why do I need a Tiger Skull and Tiger Mask now, right? I mean, that's not a completely good comparison to make, but it's what if I guess if I have those units, obviously they work fine without these. If I don't have these units, then what's the point here? What am I doing here? I don't know. Killing an ally to randomly get teeth. This one's so bad that I feel even with Chikachi, I hesitate to add it. I would only add it for the fact that it sacrifices the Chikachi. It could almost not even read the teeth component. It could just read kill an ally, and I think I pick it about the same time as I do. I really don't care about the teeth component. Random ally 4 teeth is utterly useless. Sometimes it'll be useful for you, sometimes, but most of the time, no. Most of the time, absolutely not. If it's hitting a summon, it's barely useful. If it's hitting your leader, probably not useful. It's only useful if it hits your tank And even then, it's not game winning. So I really think it's pretty bad. That being said, at least it's takeable if you have a Chikachi and you don't have enough ways to sacrifice it. Or dare I say, a Devicrow. I think it's like bottom of D. It's definitely not F because it has a purpose, unlike the F tier. But yeah, not much more for me to say there. I think it's another candidate for being reworked because I really don't think it needs to exist. Like, give the Shademancers some more variety. Like, that's just ain't it. Now, B.I.N.K, I mean, if Shelbo had a contender for best card in the game, B.I.N.K would be it. Maybe it is the best card, honestly. But I do think Shelbo wins a little bit harder than B.I.N.K, personally. But it's splitting hairs. It's really splitting hairs. I would say that, I would even do this. I think these two cards do actually deserve like an S plus row. I think they do have as good as Fallow is, as good as these are, I think these are a cut above. So I think that's reasonable. These two cards stand alone with how good they are. It's really just ridiculous how good B.I.N.K is. We already talked about Shelbo, but B.I.N.K comes in. It's also something you could put the Lumin Vase on if you want to. It's so stupid though. And it obviously, if you already have like a Bom Barrel, it's even better then. But you don't, whatever. If you have both of them, you're winning. I mean, if you have a B.I.N.K, you're probably winning. That's the thing. That's how powerful this card is. It completely nullifies just almost every threat. There's only like 2 fights that it isn't going to solve for you, and that is the King Makoko fight, because King Makoko still does like 25 damage by default, I think. So, it's not going to be game winning there. Plus, it makes your own units not gain spice. So I'd almost say B.I.N.K is kind of unplayable into King Moko. And I would also say in the Crunker fight, it's not solving the fight, but it's not an actual downside. Like, it's definitely helping against like an Icebox or the Spike Walls. So it's still good in that fight, but it's not stopping Crunker from being threatening, right? It's instead of hitting its 3 random targets, it's just going to hit your front 2 units, but it's going to hit them for 8. B.I.N.K is not really doing much to mitigate what Crunker the boss itself is doing. But that's it. Everything else in the game, it frickin' hard counters. It's like, takes the barrage away from enemies. It takes away like Woolly Drex effect. It takes away Aimless from enemies. It takes away the Jailer's effect. It takes away Marrow's effect. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't know. It might be better than Shelbo. I do think Shelbo wins me game. I don't know. Like, you're splitting hairs. Like, you could do either one here. They're like equal, I would say. But I think Shelbo has a higher ceiling and a similar floor, is what I would say. There is the Chomp Pomp with Shelbo, essentially, but there's also like, I think some charms benefit it a bit more. But I mean, they're in different clans, so we're comparing cards across clans, which is whatever. I don't think I'd put Fallow Mask up there though. I do think, when you have B.I.N.K, the game is easy. When you have Shelbo, the game is easy. Just because I have a Fallow doesn't mean the game will be easy. It will be winnable, but it will not be easy necessarily. That's kind of the only differentiation I make there. So yeah, B.I.N.K good. Shade Clay is a tough one for me to evaluate. I think it's always decent. You could say it has a slight element of win more. I don't know why it says it does 2 damage. Definitely doesn't do 2 damage. And it's a one and done, but it should be. I mean, this would be broken if it wasn't. This is a card that balance-wise just makes sense to be consumed, so I'm fine with that. Is it S tier? I don't think so, because I do say that if you're in a rough run, it has the same problem as Noomlin Biscuit, right? You're at the whim of what RNG decides is going to be the cards that are in the hand with you. So if Shade Clay doesn't have a good target, it doesn't have a good target. Even if there's a good target in your deck, you have to draw it with it. So it has that downside. It also, it's a little slow. You know, unlike Noomlin Biscuit, you're paying to basically get the same benefit you would have got had you played the card, but that's not really true with Shade Clay. Shade Clay is like, you're really thinking of the long game to get the benefit out of Shade Clay. But I think that you can, at the very least, even if you completely bricked every card offering, your starting deck is good enough with the Shademancers that at least you could hit it on a JunJun or a Blizzard bottle in the worst case. So I think there is a floor with Shade Clay that's decent, and a ceiling that's quite nice. You know, you could Shade Clay. It's really flexible in what you can do. And also, probably more so than Noomlin Biscuit, crowning it makes more sense. Like, I've definitely crowned Shade Clay a lot of the time. That way you're not at the whim of RNG with like where it goes in your deck, or where it comes out in your deck. So if you really want, like, say, a blank mask to be copied, and you just want like your leader copied like 3 times, then you can do that. Or if you just want a Snowcake twice, you can do that, right? So it's really flexible in what it can do. So to me, it's not S tier because there is a little bit of limiting factors, but it's definitely A tier. Maybe I'll split the difference here between JunJun Mask and Blizzard Bottle. I don't know. It's probably not as good as the Soulbound Skulls, though. I'll just put it like right behind that. I think it is better generally than the Yeti Mask, though. Just generally. I think the floor and ceiling are a little bit better. Just a little bit. Junk, I mean, how do you rate junk? I just said C. I say C tier. I mean, just if I how do I rank it, right? Like, generally, am I more happy about it than maybe there? Like the middle of C tier. Here's the thing about it. It's free gold on a gobbling. I guess we could pull it up. Junk. Like, it's does absolutely nothing, but that's not true, is it? It has 0 attack. It could do attack if you need it to. I find it much more useful at 0 attack, though. At 0 attack, I can hit a Tiny Tycho. I can hit a Mini Mika. I can hit a Gobbling. I could even hit a BG. Or I can just use it for general recycle synergies. So it's not a bad card in Clunkmaster. If I ranked it just as a Clunkmaster card, it would probably be like B or A. But, you know, to be facetious, or whatever you want to call it, technically I can get it in the other clans as well, and it's absolutely useless there unless I have a Tiny Tycho, right? And the way that it would be the Gnome Merchant would be the way to get the junk in the other clans. So I can technically get it in the other clans, and in those clans it's like F tier. It's why we never go to Gnome Merchants. I mean, Gnome Merchants are so bad that it would have to be F tier. So because it's F tier in the other clans, we'll average it out to a C, but it's probably like an A or a B in Clunkmaster, oddly enough. And then Palm Juice. This is a pretty good card that is just pink. Why do I call it Palm Juice? It's Pinkberry Juice. I don't know. The thing about it, it's very similar to the, what is it, Shell Shield? Same idea. 4 single target defense. But the difference here is this one is neutral, and it does health. It's funny, though, that I generally see people say that this is better than the Shell Shield, and I do disagree with that. I think they're very comparable, but I don't think in a general sense that Pinkberry Juice represents as much upside as the other one does. It's obviously going to differ. You can only really one-to-one compare the two within the Snow Clan is the thing. So it's like, that's the only time it makes sense to compare the two. And within the Snow Clan, it just absolutely is better to have the Shell Shield because you can put it on a Clunkers. And as I've determined, I don't know if you'll all agree, but I think Snow Dweller by far has the best Clunkers. You know, you got even like something like Kabonkers. I think Kabonkers is a little underrated. I think you can make it work quite a lot of the time, but it's really susceptible to teeth. But if I can put Shell Shield on it, cool. I don't really know in Snow Dwellers what advantage I'm getting by a Pinkberry Juice over a Shell Shield. There's also, as we said, Chomp Palm. It's really just the main difference is it's Chomp Palm and Clunkers. But that's enough for me. I mean, what am I gaining by doing increased health instead of Shell? The only thing I really gain is if heal were a thing, then yeah, I can heal more. But the only way I'm generally healing is from recalling units. And if I add something like a Pinkberry Juice or a Shell Shield, I'm generally not recalling that unit. I'm just using that to keep the unit on the board, you know? So I think it's really good though. You know, I just wanted to get that comparison out of the way. That's why I'm not going to rank it as high as the Shell Shield, but Pinkberry Juice is a card you love to have a lot of the time in the other clans, especially actually. Like Shademancer, who is so, you know, if you don't start with the Soulbound Skull to kill the Jailer, it's really hard to have a deck with the Shademancers that is fast enough that I'm not susceptible to potentially getting attacked twice by the Frost Lancer. And if that's the case, like, I absolutely would love to have a Pinkberry Juice to be able to replenish my health in a proper way, right? It's the only one that does it. You're not going to get it out of Demonheart. You're not going to get it out of Bell. You're looking at Pinkberry Juice, and pretty much that or Frost is your only way you're going to keep that Frost Lancer from killing you if you didn't start with the Jailer kill. So I think it's really good. I don't think it's as good as the Shell Shield. The thing I would say is it's awkward to play a lot of the time. It is, and it's the same thing with Shell Shield in that regard, right? Like a single target defense buff. It's a card that definitely loves a Noomlin Charm or a Noomlin Biscuit. But I don't know, it benefits from the vase a lot. It is just a card that really makes me feel a lot more comfortable about my ability to win a run. I think I wouldn't put it above a Bom Barrel. Would I put it above a Yeti Mask? I think so. I think it's probably right around there. I mean, I would put a Bom Barrel above that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, 1-to-1, I'd probably take this over the Shade Clay even. Chicken egg problem, right? Like, I'd rather have this in hand and then get the Shade Clay. So I think that makes sense. Okay, now here's one I could probably be convinced that this one is maybe overrated by me, but I don't think so. I think it's pretty god tier. Sun Cream. I'm going to put it in my S, right there. I think I'm more confident about S tier for this than I am the Noomlin Biscuit. And here's why. I mean, it's just, the thing is, it's only one recycle, it's a consume. So it's not like, even if I never added any additional junk to my deck, it's still usable. It's not like it's like non-usable because of the recycle component. And I can't think of many runs where the effect isn't going to be significantly good for me. To just permanently reduce the counter by 1 on a unit is crazily good. And, similar to the Blaze Tea, like, I actually think it's more effective on units that already are fast versus ones that are slow. You won't realize the effect that much on a slow unit. Like a 5 counter unit going to a 4 isn't going to be so in your face about how good it is, but certainly on a unit that's like 3, or especially a unit that's at 2, it's just crazy how good it is. Like, Some of my favorite targets would probably be like definitely Snoffle. I know I did just say that it's really good on 3 cooldown units. Snuffle's technically a 4, but it's a unit that, I don't know, you take it down from a 3 to a 4 to a 3, and if you can somehow get another Sun Cream, you can kind of move. Keep in mind, you can still Lumin Vase the thing or add like a Lumin Charm to it, and you can get Snuffle to a point where it's permanently snowing the entire board. But even if it doesn't get to that point, still just getting it to down to a 3, even if that's all I ever got out of it, is pretty big. I think Snuffle is actually not incredible in Clunkmasters unless you specifically have this card. I think when you have this card, Snuffle becomes S tier in the Clunkmasters. But I don't think Snuffle is S tier in Clunkmasters outside of this, because you obviously can't use the Sun box on it. But that's just one example. There's a lot of other ones. Like, Jumbo is like a good one. He's already at 3, but if you're attacking like every 2 turns, and you can even get him to attack every turn, you can actually, and then say you have a Snow Charm or something, you can actually completely lock down the floor, right? Or an Ink Charm or anything. Like, Jumbo is just a really good user of charms in general, and if you can get its already fast cooldown down to where it's like basically going every turn, then it's pretty nice. Anything that is at 3 just needs 2 Sun Creams or a Lumined Sun Cream to get it down to attacking every turn. And there's a lot of 3 attackiness. But, even in the worst case scenarios, where it's like a 5 or more, it's still like really good. So to me, it's S tier. Maybe I'm overvaluing it. I don't think I am, though. It's always performed very good in every time I've ever taken it, and I always take it. I pretty much will always take this most of the time. It feels very S tier to me. And then, a running theme here, it's a great recycle card, but a lot of these other recycle cards, I don't know. They're not like super consistently good, but I will admit this one's super fun. This is the Frenzy Wrench. Problem is, Recycle 2 is quite a price to pay, but it's probably one of the better Recycle 2 items, but just none of the Recycle 2 items really make my top tier in any of these. Like, You'll definitely find some funny videos or screenshots of Frenzy Wrench doing ridiculous things. Like, it's very similar to the Chucklefish charm in that regard, right? Like, you'll see a lot of screenshots of this charm, be like, oh my gosh, that's so good. But I don't know, like, when I think of things run to run, what am I getting on average, on median, or on P25? Like, I just don't think this actually is that good a lot of the time. Like, it's pretty slow. You could say it's similar to Noomlin Biscuit in that if you can play it, the next turn that you play it, you kind of got the effect of the item anyway. But it's not as 1-to-1 there, because it's like if you put it's just not always the case with the Frenzy Wrench. Also, I think that a big problem with the Recycle 2 things is if you're not running a Proto Cannon or a Bom Barrel, you often just can't play it. You just almost are guaranteed not to be able to play a Recycle 2 card your first cycle through your deck. Unless you're generating junk in the opener, which we've already said is technically an exploit. So like, or maybe it's not an exploit. Maybe you can generate it in the opener. I don't know if that'll be still allowed, but all these things considered, it's just really hard to actually get a Recycle 2 to happen the first cycle through your deck. So you're looking at the second cycle through the deck that you can even play the thing. By that time, you're decently into the fight, and you're still playing a card that has delayed benefit. So, like, it's really slow, in my opinion. I would have rather probably just played the card that I'm putting the Frenzy on anyway, and not had to recycle it twice and just not drawn this card. I would rather just not drawn this card. So like, I think I'm pretty low in Frenzy Wrench compared to most. For me, it's like C tier. I think I would probably put it better than a lot of these C tier cards. I mean, it's like the top of C tier. I don't know that I would actually like it more than the Haze card, though. Because, again, it's a delayed benefit. Haze card is not a delayed benefit. It's the same recycle. Yeah, I'd probably put this there. Yeah, I think that it can be really fun. It can be really good. I just don't think it's consistent. And I think it's a mistake to add it most of the time. I think that the actual tangible benefit of it is just not realized most of the time. I generally regret adding it. Dead draw a lot of the time. And Azul Skull, I talked a lot about this one in the companion video. It's somewhere between B and C for me. The problem with this one is, as I outline, it's very similar to the Tiger Skull in that if I'm not running Chikichi, it's pretty damn hard for me to justify this one. And I do think that it's really hard for me to take this outside of a Chikichi or Noomlin Biscuit situation. Unlike the Tigris Mask, or whatever it's called, Tiger Skull, I would say unlike that, at least the effect here seems relevant. The 4 overburn to the front enemy seems much better than the 4 teeth. So, and it's something I can kind of build around, especially have like a Vesta or something. But like if I compare it to a very easy comparison here is B.I.N.K Mask. Like they do the same amount of overburn. B.I.N.K applies 4 overburn to the unit that it hits it. I can also use B.I.N.K to hit other units in the row other than just the front unit. But B.I.N.K is 1 card played, but Azul Skull is really 2 cards played outside of Chikichi's situation, right? I have to play my unit first that I'm going to sacrifice, and then I need to sacrifice the unit. That's 2 cards played. I don't get to chump block in a lot of situations there. Quite a lot of situations I'm not getting to chump block. So B.I.N.K already chump blocks, applies the same amount of overburn, 1 card. Azul Skull doesn't chump block, applies the same amount of overburn, less flexible, by the way, only to the front unit. And, I'd play 2 cards. So outside of the Chikichi situation, even in the Chikichi situation, this is arguably better. But, if it's not the Chikichi situation, the Azul Skull is just so much worse than the B.I.N.K Mask. Now, granted, I think B.I.N.K Mask is a pretty good card. So I'm comparing it to a pretty good card, but all things considered, I would say it just averages out to like C tier. Because it's hard for me to ever take this outside of having a Chikichi. I would have to have no, if I didn't have a Chikichi and I was going to add this to a deck, I would have to already have like a Vesta or an Azul Candle and be like weak on overburn and be in like dire need of it, because otherwise it really doesn't make sense for me to add this to a deck. It's just not fast enough, doesn't do enough, it's too much investment for too little payoff. The Mini Muncher is one that I'm not very confident in where I'm going to put it, because I think it's very potentially better than I think it is, or better than I've experienced, I guess. I think this card would be amazing in other card games. Let's put it that way. If this was in Slay the Spire, or if it was in Monster Train, it would be freaking amazing. In games where your decks are typically larger, you don't draw as much. I by default in every game of Wildfrost, I draw a hand of 7 by the end, right? 6 at the start. So it's like, and I just have smaller decks in Wildfrost. So it's like, even though the Muncher event on the map is really good, a card like Mini Muncher is a little bit overkill. I mean, the fact that it's Noomlin definitely helps, right? If it didn't Noomlin, it'd be pretty bad. But even with the Noomlin, If the fight's, I don't know, there comes a certain point where it itself becomes a dead weight, because you get to a point where you just don't want to destroy any of the cards that are left in your deck. You have decks cards in there for a reason. And if you do get to a point where Mini Muncher can't get played anymore, then it's now a dead weight. But I would say in a lot of cases that does mean you might be drawing a full... Like, the ideal situation is that Mini Muncher and 6 other cards are all you need. So in that situation, it's great, right? It will facilitate you getting to a point where you're drawing the whole deck of what you want every single turn. I just don't think that's a realistic situation most of the time. I think a lot of times it's kind of good, but I don't think it's like actually that great. And it does buff up the enemy Frost Junker, Frost Junker. So I think it's like maybe bottom of B, top of C. I feel like I don't take it enough to justify a B tier rating though. Like, to me, I think it's C. It's one that I could be convinced of is better than I'm rating it though. I will say that. Like, I will give that caveat. And let's see, I've got Ice Dice. Gosh, I'm so close to the end, but I think I do need to take a break. I need my voice to rest before I go in on frickin' Ice Dice here. So I'll be back in a little bit. All right. I think my voice is rested enough to finish this out here. So Ice Dice. I mean, let's not waste any time. It's the worst card in the game. Easily. It's if you want to win streak, it's the worst card in the game. Even all of these other F tier cards that I have listed technically have some random things they can do. This doesn't do anything other than help the enemy. On average. And even if you're in a situation, so here's the problem with Ice Dice. If it's a situation where your expected value is greater to get the block than the enemy, that means you have a bigger board than the enemy has. So tell me, did you really need to get some block in that case? And it's not even guaranteed still. But even if that's, so let's say you've whittled somehow you've built a full board, and if you whittled the enemy down to like 3 or 4 enemies, I mean, really you'd have to get down to like 3 or 2 enemies to have a significant chance to have the Ice Dice land on your end. The only reason I ever used it was to get the achievement for block, which it turns out a Blunky would just be better anyway at. Just take a Blunky, put Noomlin on it, go to town. But as an actual practical use, Ice Dice has no practical use. There's never, maybe a Moko, but like, if you know what you're doing, you should be able to beat Moko every time if you prepare accordingly, and you know how to handle a Makoko or a Moko, King Moko. It's just like Ice Dice. So, and even in that case, Ice Dice might still just make you lose. It's not even guaranteed to help you. It's just such a Hail Mary card that is not in your favor. You can't even it's not even like a card that you can crown and somehow have a likelihood to help you. It's just, there's literally no upside to this card. Whereas, I don't know, maybe at least like a Demonheart could put Demonize on an enemy before they're healed and do a big hit or something. But Ice Dice has no upside at all. It's the worst card in the game. I could make a new tier for it, but I hate Sheepopper so much that I'd probably have to put that in it too. And then I'd also probably have to put Demonheart in it. Peppereaper probably wouldn't make that cut, so I think I'll just leave it as F. But it's the worst card in the game, hands down. Anyone that says otherwise is wrong. There are opinions and there are facts. The fact of the matter is Ice and Dice is the worst card in the game. There's no way it's not. The next card here, I think, is another one I don't think a whole lot of people like it, but there are some people that like it. And I can see some arguments there. You can't give me an argument for Ice Dice. You can't. You can give me an argument for Stormbear Spirit, and I think it could have some sound logic, but I would definitely not agree with it. But it would be a matter of opinion, right? You could have an opinion that Stormbear Spirit is good, and I'd be like, yeah, that's a valid opinion. It ain't going to be my opinion. I think it's fucking trash. But if you tell me that Ice Dice is anything other than shitty, then I know you're gaslighting me or you're dumb. I'm just going to say it right now. Like there's no way Ice Dice is good. But a Stormbear Spirit, sure. But it's going in my F tier. I'll explain why. Maybe I'll probably put it below Ice Reaper. I'll probably put it below Peppereaper, honestly. Here's a problem. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's better than Peppereaper. Theoretically, it's better than Peppereaper. In practice, it has been worse for me than Peppereaper. It's been worse for me than Peppereaper. Better than Demonheart. But it's so bad. Like, it's like if you're snowing a card, then you're dealing with it already. Why do you need to now do 8 damage targeted? Like, that's probably what it all boils down to, essentially, but it goes deeper than that. It's just like the damage isn't even that high, considering that I have to have it snowed beforehand. I'm already, and it's like I'm now spending 2 cards to go in on 1 unit. Again, like I don't know, it's just so annoying. Like, you have to, probably best use case for it is with a Snoffle. With a Snoffle, then I can get passive snow, or any sort of passive snow. It could be okay. So there is, like, sometimes, I guess, theoretically it could work. I've never been there, though. Every time I've added it, I'm like, this deck is weak. I need a way to kill, like, a Marrow or something. But yeah, it turns out, like, it's just shitty at that, even. It doesn't even kill them. 8 damage isn't even enough to kill it. Like, it's a proto cannon, but so much worse. So much worse. Like, and keep in mind, it's a Snow Dweller exclusive, but what do we know about Snow Dwellers? Wait for it. Oh, that's right. They're the worst in the game at applying snow. Their starting deck has the least snow application. You have to basically do it, since your starting snow card only applies 2 snow, you have to play the Stormbear. You have to, like, draw the card with the Stormbear Spirit. The only other options are Storm Globe here, or Snowcake, or units, right? So it's like you're actually very unlikely to be able to even play this on, the condition that comes up is not even likely, but then the principle of it, the fact that I just snowed a unit, now it's time for me to deal with a different unit. I snowed this unit to deal with them. Now let me deal with another unit. Oh, wait, the Stormbear Spirit needs to, like, go double. It's basically like the same problem with sacrifice cards, right? It's the same problem. It's like you're spending 2 entire turns to do something that most other cards can just do in 1 turn. So yeah, I think you have a hard time convincing me that it's not F, but unlike Ice Dice, and I'll be honest, even unlike, or so you could probably convince me, you can present me arguments for Demonheart, right? I've had them presented to me, and they're sound, right? It's sound. I don't agree with them for the same reasons I outlined. You can even present me an argument for Sheepopper, and again, I wouldn't agree with it, but you have an argument, but you cannot give me an argument for Ice and Dice. Don't even try it. I'm not going to listen. I respect you too much for me to listen to your argument on Ice Dice and just have my opinion on whoever wants to open their mouth on Ice and Dice. You can open your mouth on any other card here. I'll tell you what, you can present your thing for Ice and Dice. I'm just not going to read it. I want to have a good opinion of whoever you are. And I don't want it ruined by your defense of Ice and Dice. Anyway, though, yeah, Stormbear Spirit, it sucks. It sucks ass. And then the Lumin Vase theoretically would exist in every run. We've already gone over that whole debacle, but assuming it exists, is it like not here? The Lumin Vase. Why does it get a the? Okay, whatever. Only damn item in the game that gets a the. Interesting. Well, anyway. Plays one Lumin. I mean, it's a really good card. It opens up quite a lot of stuff. Sometimes I even crown it, because I will say it is awkward sometimes to play it. It is similar to... And maybe it's a bit hypocritical that I like this so much when I don't like the Frenzy... what do you call it? The Frenzy Wrench as much. But I don't know. The vase is so much more flexible, I feel. Like you can put it on a unit. You can put on it most cards. And there's no... I don't have to recycle 2 cards to make it work. So I can always use it in I can crown it or just use it in my first cycle through most of the time. So the one thing I will say is it says apply 1 Lumin. I think they could improve on the wording there, because there's no real such thing as 2 Lumin. Even if there is, it doesn't do anything. So like, the way Lumin works is it's supposed to double the effect of whatever you're doing. But it, and it does, but the thing is it can only be applied to 1 card at a time, right? If you play this on a card and then play it on another card, it will only play that card. But when it says apply 1 Lumin, it seems to imply that you could play it multiple times on 1 card and get like extra effect, but that's not the case. It doesn't actually work that way. It just, you either have Lumin on the card or you don't, and that's just a one-time thing. So it is worth noting that, but yeah, I mean, to me it's not S tier because it is technically slow in a way that's different than a Noomlin Biscuit, because I still have to play that card and use a turn the next turn. But moving forward, it's really good. I think it's very similar to like a Noomlin Biscuit. It's just not quite as good, but sometimes it is. Like, it's definitely better on a Shellbow. Like, if I had a choice of one or the other on a Shellbow, I'm taking Lumin Vase, right? But I think most cards... I think it's just less awkward to play the Noomlin Biscuit, but the vase is definitely very good. I just don't think I put it into my S. I think it's like top A. Not that it... I mean, how do you compare this card, right? You're getting it in every run. It comes in on the, before the 7th or 6th combat, I forget which. I think it's the 7th combat. Yeah, I think it's in between the 6th and 7th combat, you theoretically assemble this. So you don't get it for most of the game. You only get it for the end game. You're not going to remove it from your deck. So, I mean, it's just like, how do I feel it compares to the other stuff? I feel like it's like A tier-ish. Like if I look at my hand... And assuming I didn't crown anything, if I look at my hand, am I going to play a Lumin Vase? On average, more than I'm going to play these cards. I don't think I would. I think I'm generally playing these 4 cards a lot more than I'm playing the Lumin Vase. Whether it's the first cycle through, whether it's, whatever, right? That's why I just put it in A instead of S. Then Frozen Globe. This is like the card. I think I take this card so much. So it's like, if you base this tier list on how often I take a card, this is probably S, honestly, because I think every deck could use one, especially if you don't already have other snow. There's just not that much snow application in the game, and even though this is probably the worst of the ones you can pick up, doesn't matter. It's actually like just very like useful to a run. Now the downside obviously is that reduce 1 when played. It really limits like the length of a fight, kinda, even though you're extending the length of the fight by nature of playing it. It quickly becomes useless, but it's very useful the first 2 plays, I think. to get the 4 and then the 3 snow out of it. Once you get to 2, it's still kind of useful, but you know it's getting toward the end of its lifespan, and you got to start thinking about getting that fight done with if that's your only snow application, right? If you have other snow applications, sure. But I don't know. It's hard for me to rank this one because it's like I don't think it's technically that good of a card, but it's a card I almost always need, and I definitely feel you should pick it almost over almost everything here being below. So, like, to me, it's either at the very top of B or at, like, the very bottom of A. Like, I could even probably pop it ahead of Molten. Yeah, honestly, I think it's A, actually. I don't know. Like, obviously, if I compare it to a Yeti Mask is just objectively better, but this is a neutral item, and I don't know. Like, it's just a super necessary card. So many, like, I think a big part of this game, granted, I'll admit, I only have so much time in the day, so I haven't been able to watch that much other Wildfrost players. I can only catch a run here and there. So I haven't seen what other like win streakers strategies are, honestly. So I could be talking out my ass here, but this is just my assumption based on my own journey from someone who barely could ever win to now I'm winning almost every game. You know, I think a big part of that is taking like this card over something like this card, right? I mean, this card is 7,000 times more sexy than this card, but I guarantee you I take this card way more often, and it's saving my run, whereas the other one could even hurt me sometimes. I do think it probably deserves the A tier on that alone, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely better. I feel like it's better than the Snowzooka too. Just like I get more relevant snow out of it, unless the fight goes super long. So I think it's good. I think Storm Globe is good. It's not sexy. It feels bad. It's like a feels bad card because it just, you know, that's not a fun card, right? It's not fun. It's not a card that is like I'll in my head, my natural instinct is to avoid taking this card because I'm like, I don't want this card. I don't want this card that like reduces snow and played. But the fact of the matter is, it's really good. I mean, I could compare it. I could use an extreme example and say like Slay the Spire Corruption. I think the first maybe 100 hours you're learning Slay the Spire, just pulling a number out of my ass, but we'll say 100 hours. Your initial thought, I feel, is not that, is to like avoid corruption because it's like a feels bad card, right? You're like, oh, I don't want to like lose every skill in my deck, you know? But the fact of the matter is corruption is one of the best cards in all of Slay the Spire. Now, I'm not going to say Storm Globe is one of the best cards in all of Wildfrost, but I would say it's really good. It's just, I get it. It's like a feels bad card, but it technically is very good and very necessary, especially like if you don't have a Snowcake, like you're absolutely going to want it to lock down the Frost Crusher. You will. You absolutely will. And the Leech Mask, I don't know. There was I think I see on the Discord there was a guy that kind of liked it. That he has pretty high win streaker. Like he's like really high up there. Like I think he was at 70 last I checked. He has 70 win streak, and he seemed to think Leech Mask is okay. So for what it's worth, maybe I'm underestimating it, but for me, Leech is not much better than the Sheepopper Mask. I think it's pretty bad. I'll put it like maybe there, but you know, with the caveat that maybe it's better than I'm giving it credit for. But I don't know. Like to me, it's yet another one of these that like I'm not even guaranteed to be able to play it. It's definitely useless to me in the final fight. But even these cards, like they don't seem to perform well for me when I've taken them, even in the fights leading up, because it's like when I need them the most, the enemy has a full board already, and I can't play the card. And in this one, I mean, even has the added downside of this damn thing has attack. So like, and it attacks every 3 turns. So it's basically like adding like a Grink to the enemy team. So I don't know. I don't like it. I mean, I get that every 3 turns it's taking 2 health to the entire enemy board, so I do get that there's a potential to do a lot of damage to the enemy with this, but it's never performed for me. I've regretted it, and it's also another one where it's a one and done. I can't like keep playing it. So to me, it's F. I think it's no much better than Sheepopper, but there's a theoretical. At least I don't have to kill the unit, and at least it doesn't only affect 2 at most enemy units. It can affect 5 enemy units, plus potentially more. You know, enemies that spawn in keep getting hit by it. So definitely, I think it's better than Sheepopper Mask, but it just rounds down to the same. It rounds down to the same level of uselessness to me that I'm just like, why would I ever add this to my deck? It doesn't help me with the fights I need it to help with. And it could even be a liability with the amount of damage that's incoming. So I just don't think it's good. But maybe if they ever change, I do wish they would add some more variety to the possible true endgame fights, because it does suck that basically all of these, summon enemy unit cards aren't even worth me considering, or the companions that have like on-kill effects, right? It'd be nice to change that up a bit, but sure. And then Grabber. Grabber's just a solid card. It's never super top tier, but I think most decks wouldn't mind one. Certainly when you've had enough fight, once you start win streaking at true ending, you will get to the point where you're almost always facing the Frost Guardian in the second to last fight. And certainly it's good in that fight. Like, you do not want to get into a situation where you have to kill the Frost Guardian and you cannot get to unit, like 1 or especially 2 units behind it. If there's like, and it might be a snow resistant guy on top of that, so you really have to have it like it could be, and in fact it often is Grizzle behind him. So 16 health. Even a proto cannon's going to need 2 procs to kill that. It's resistant to snow. You can't even lock it down with snow, so it's going to gain 30 attack or more from the Frost Guardian being hit. And it, if you have a deck that doesn't have Barrage or doesn't have Aimless, your only option at that point probably is either direct damage, but the easier option would be just to grab a Grabber. The nice thing is it comes with Noomlin. It's useful also not just for the yanking component, right? Like it does 1 damage, so it's a useful tech into things like Crunker, or Icebox, stuff like that. Spike Wall. So you play it for free. It does things. It's good. It's not like great, but it's okay. It can be an okay user of something like a Snow Charm as well. If nothing better is a target, just get a free 1 snow out of it is fine. I do not mind Grabber, but it's not like amazing. And there's definitely some decks where it was kind of wasted in. If you do find good ways to get to the back line, it might be bad. But, at the end of the day, you can never go wrong adding it to your deck, I feel. Like, it's just a solid card. I think it's like somewhere in the B range, maybe upper B. It's neutral too, by the way. It seems like it would be a clunker card based on the art, but it's definitely a neutral card. So, and even in the final battle, it can be useful. You generally, once the point you kill the jailer, it's over, but there are definitely some fights where you just cannot avoid the junker getting a bunch of attack, and like you're kind of having to dedicate your snow to Frost Cruncher. So if you don't have enough extra snow to lock Frost Junker down, Grabber could be great, because 30 health isn't... You could rush that down a lot faster than 90 health, so you can just bring the Frost Junker forward and just deal with that threat. So I think Grabber has a lot of upside, but it can definitely be kind of a wasted ad sometimes. I'm not going to say it's super useful to every deck, but it's definitely at least B. I could even argue A on it, but I definitely wouldn't put it in the C. You know, everything in this in the sea of C here is very unenticing to me, other than junk. But junk, we already said, is a weird one. Yeah, C is very unenticing to me, but B is like, okay, it's all right. It's better than mediocre, but it's not great. It's okay. B is like okay. B is okay. A is like good and great. I could probably split A into two. And then S is just, S and S plus. Now what do we got? Oh yeah, a card that I literally never have any use for because of the way Spice works. I mean, how do I even rank this card? Like, Spice Stones, so double the target Spice. Like, if I'm losing, it's such a win more card. Like, if I have Spice and I have the Spice Flag, which is already hard to put together, by the way. That's already hard to put together, in my opinion, just based on the circumstance of what Snow Dwellers is. You know, I had to somehow end up with Spice cards. I had to somehow end up with that Spice Clunker. That's not happening most of the time. Very rarely is it happening. So I already have to come into a rare situation, and then this is okay, because then otherwise I'm losing Spice every time it attacks. So what's the point of being able to double a target Spice? At most, if I'm lucky, I just get say I have a Peppereaper that applies 3 Spice. You know, I can apply it once to the card, and maybe then I apply Spice Stones, so I get a Peppereaper worth of Spice out of it. And that's it. Maybe I can play 2 Peppereaper and the Pepper Ring. Then may I get a little bit more Spice out of it, but still, it's like, did I get that much more Spice out of Spice Stones than I would have just got of like playing a regular old Spice card? Not really. But the downside of this is I have to actually have Spice in the card before this is able to actually get used. So I actually think it's pretty bad. Arguably worse than Peppereaper, because I think the only situation it would shine in is a situation that already, like if I somehow have the ability to keep my Pepper Flag on the board, and like it's survivable, and I have Spice, then like doubling the Spice is pretty freaking irrelevant. It's so win more. So it's to me it's an F tier card. If Spice was ever reworked, this could be a crazy good card. Like if Spice was changed to like only lose half of its stacks on attack or something, then sure, this becomes a little more tangibly useful. I still don't know that it'd ever be great. But I don't know. Let's put it this way. I have used Peppereaper to win before, and it was relevant. I have never used Spice Stones to win. And I'm at about 100 hours in the game right now. Currently in a 25, whatever streak I'm at, 24, 25. And on top of that, I've played over 100 games. Never once has this card been relevant to me. So take that for what you will. And now this one, I think I'm definitely going to be opposite of people on. So Sheepopper Mask, it's another one of these summon enemy to the side, consume. So it's already unplayable when the going's tough. But if I can play it, it's a 5 health, 1 damage, 3 cooldown unit, and it adds barrage to all enemies. So not just the unit in the row, but all of my guys. So it's objectively better. This is another one that makes me just scratch my head. I'm like, why would this exist or why would Sheepopper Masks exist when this exists? This is just objectively better. You can facetiously tell me of some random situation where this is better, but no, it's not. I get 8 damage after I kill the thing to 2 units in the row, or I get barrage to all my units just by simply putting it down. I don't even have to kill it. I just put it down, and now all my units have barrage. So it's definitely better than Sheepopper Mask, and it completely eclipses Sheepopper Mask's point to even existing. It's like, what? I'm just like, why? Why? It's like, let's redesign some of this shit. But here's probably where, I don't know. This is probably where I really disagree with everyone. I think most people really like this card, this Palm card. I gotta be honest, I don't. It's the same thing again. It's like, dude, I guess the best case scenario, I could crown it. There are some fights where even crowning it isn't gonna guarantee that I can get it out. But like I said before, if I'm in a rough spot, the enemy board is for sure full, and I can't play it. So I can only play it if there's a spot on the board, even outside the fact that it's obviously useless in the final fight, aside from like maybe Soulbound Skulls. But again, I think if you got Soulbound Skulls, you're probably all right. But maybe with a Soulbound Skulls, I would add it. I would say that. But outside of that, I'm like, I don't know. Like, yes, it is very good if you can get it down. You just can't always get it down. And I do think it also just generally isn't going to work in the final fight. That being said, though, it is definitely the best of the summon enemy side units. Hands down. I mean, I don't know, though. Here's another thing. Yes, it does give me the freedom to add the brush where I need it, but there's also, eventually it's going to die. It's just going to, it has 5 health. It's going to die. So even in that regard, it's like, because again, I can put it down where the free space is. I can't actually use it to displace the enemy, though, and put it where I want it, So it still doesn't survive for like the full fight most of the time. Like maybe I can preserve it as long as possible and keep killing the other row that it's not in. But if I do attack the row it's in, it is going to die pretty quickly. Unless I can actually give it Bom or the Pinkberry Juice. So like for me, I can't give it more than D. I'm sorry. Like I know this is way lower than most people have it, but I'm like, I have no reason to add this card. I just don't. But I do recognize that it can be powerful. But yeah, it doesn't even crack my C. Because I'm like, I look at these and I'm like, dude, I basically never add this card, ever. Even a Tigris Mask is better. I can at least summon that on my side and chump block once or something. This is just like, what the fuck? I mean, shit, I might even say it's worse than this. Again, at least I can facilitate a Chikachi with this. Maybe the teeth are relevant. I don't know. I'm tempted to still put it in F, if I'm being honest. I am tempted, but I'll give it the bottom of D. Just to like throw you the slightest bone to the people that love this card, I guess. Because I don't love it. I hate it, in fact. They really need to redesign those cards, in my opinion. And this is one I think that I'm higher than most people on, Super Snower. So it's a snow card. It's probably the worst of the snow cards, but that's still a snow card. I think, in my opinion, of the Recycle 2 cards, it's the best Recycle 2 card. Most of the Recycle 2 cards aren't that great, actually. They're okay. None of them are horrible. But they're not like... I don't know. It goes back to like, if I'm not comboing it with a Proto Cannon, if I'm not comboing it with a Bom Barrel, then certainly on the first cycle through, there's no way that I'm playing a Recycle 2 card. So it has that downside, which automatically limits its use. But 4 snow is a lot of snow. It's not really a good user of the Lumin Vase because Recycle 4 is ridiculous. But I guess if I have a Bom Barrel, it could maybe work. But yeah, Recycle 2, if I have enough junk, even if I can't get it through the first cycle, it's still like pretty good. It's not a card I'm often needing to add because you are in a group that has ink, which a group that has ink has a less need of snow than the others, but it's not completely unnecessary, right? If I don't have a B.I.N.K, I would like a Super Snower. Basically, it's a card that when you have a rough run, to me, it's the opposite of a win more card, right? This is a card that I think is actually well designed. Like, it's like a, it's, what's the opposite of win more card? Like a lose less card? Like, because like in a good run, I would never add it, right? If I have a good strong run, I never need a super snower. But if it's a bad run, if it's a run where I missed B.I.N.K, so my only ink is like a single target ink, and I miss snow, you know, I have no Snowcake, nothing like that, maybe not even a frozen globe, and all I have is a Snowzooka, then absolutely this card is going to be a godsend. An absolute godsend. Now, I do have to have the ability to facilitate recycle too, so it's not just always takeable in that case, but you know, I could even take it if it's like midway through a run. I would take it speculatively and try to build into it if at all possible. So, yeah, I think Super Snower's decent. It's probably like, I don't know. It's tough for me to rate it though, because it is something I'm only taking in a bad run, right? It's I think for that it's tough, right? Because it's like, am I ranking something on how often I take it, or just like what it's gonna do for me when I need it, right? So like, I think I've rated a lot of these based on how often I take it. So I think I'm being a little bit hypocritical here to rank this in the B, because if I rank it on how often I take it, it's definitely a C tier card. But I do think just the fact that it pulls my ass out of a bad run, I think it's a B. Bottom of B. It's either bottom of B or top of C. But it's definitely a good card. And here's the thing. Here's another way I could look at it. If I forced myself to take the card, and when I saw it, just because you know, I usually don't need it in a Clunk Master run, but if I forced myself to take it, it would perform well most of the time. So I think it's okay. I think it's super underrated. I'll put it in B just to make a statement, I guess, that I think it's worth considering. And then Skullmas Tea. This is one I'm probably going to rank lower than it really deserves to be. Because this is one that is one of those that on paper should be very good, but in practice has been pretty bad for me. There's been a few times it's pretty good, but I don't know. It's tough because, again, sacrificing an ally, probably the best case scenario from it would be if you're using it on like a Bom. Now, granted, they would be injured, so they're only going to have like 4 attack past the first sacrifice. So there's that. But if I add a Bom, I'd rather just use the Bom as a Bom most of the time. So like, it's not even good for that. So really you're just limited to like summons, and as we've outlined, not many summons actually have any attack at all. You got you got Sheepopper Mask, you got Tigris Mask, you know, it's like, just to get attack, it's usually just going to be like a JunJun or even a Fallow Mask. I don't think it feels that good to even use this on a Fallow Mask. So, you know, for those, it's just 2 attack to your whole board. And I do think generally it's not giving... It just depends on the point at the run that you have it. If I get an early Skullmas Tea and there was nothing better to choose, that's probably the best situation because I can build into it maybe. Because here's a problem. I typically don't take a unit like Foxy with much priority with the Shademancers because they don't have much ways to buff Foxy's attack. But obviously a Skullmas Tea could do it, right? But that's the chicken egg scenario here, right? Like it's like I would have to add a unit that I don't typically look to add to benefit from this. And it's a card that I would only add if it's like one of those units are in the deck, right? So I kind of have to be forced into one or the other to get the true benefit. But I mean, I will say there's other situations Skullmas Tea is good in, right? Like Chikichi, it's all right. Like I don't find that you can usually wait that long to play it on a Chikichi, so I don't think you get the full like 8 or 6 attack out of it. But 4 attack, maybe 6 attack can be realistic with a Skullmas Tea on a Chikichi. I think 4 to 6 is what you expect to get from it. anything else might be too slow. Like if I wait till 8, that could be pretty slow. But there's definitely a ceiling with Skullmist Tea. You can do crazy stuff with it. I have had it like pop off to the point of being able to one-shot the entire end game. But on average, I'm looking at win streaks. Is it that good for me on average? I just don't think it is. It has the same problem, by the way, where it's like I may not be able to chump block the unit that much that I put it on. And there's other things like I could combo it with Shade Mist, right? By the way, if I have some enemies like a Bigfoot or something, I could Shade Mist it if I can somehow live. Keep in mind that's tough when you got stuff like Gromper that attacks every other 2 turns, maybe even every turn if they get the wrong charm, right? But if I can somehow get the Shade Wisp off, then I can actually get a pretty good Skullmist Tea off. So like there is a lot of ways to make it work pretty well, but in practice, I just haven't had it pop off for me that much. I've generally regretted taking it. But I feel like on paper it's so good that I feel bad giving it a super low rating. So I think I'm going to put it in B for now. But I'm not that confident in this rating. I would say it's generally better for me than a Blaze Tea. Maybe around Nutshell Cake. I think I'm generally more happy with a Nutshell Cake, even though they're in different clans. Like, I think I feel better on a run where I found Nutshell Cake than on a run where I found Skullmist Tea, just in general. But they're pretty close. I think B tier makes sense. There's definitely a S tier ceiling for Skullmist Tea, but I also think there's like a D or F tier floor with it. So if JunJun Mask is the only way I can use it to get attack, for example, then it's not that good. It's 2 different cards to basically match what the Molten Dip is doing, and it may not even get that much, right? Like I may not actually have units, like 3 units to benefit from it. But yeah. Like I give up a chump block and I play 2 cards to do what the dip would just do anyway. So I don't think in a general sense it's better than the dip. And then the last one, B.I.N.K Mask. B.I.N.K Mask, I wouldn't say we saved the best for last, but we saved a pretty good one for last. I think it's really good. It's one of the best summons. Definitely not as good as Fallow Mask, though. No way. Fallow Mask opens up way more. It chump blocks more. It does similar damage. I think B.I.N.K might do more damage is the only advantage it has, but B.I.N.K Mask is still really good. It summons I think it's a 1 health unit. Yeah, so it dies to anything that has damage, but that's good. You want it to die. You want it to apply the 4 overburn to the attacker. It's one of the best overburn cards. It's one of the best summons. It unfortunately isn't a good sacrifice card, obviously. If you sacrifice this, you're getting nothing out of it other than the sacrifice effect. Has no attack or anything, so there is that downside, but it's good. It's like a good counter to like the confusion crabs, because one thing to keep in mind is the haze crab, whatever it's called. What is it? Where are you? Burster. Yeah, so it this can be a pretty devastating unit if you can't have a good counter to it, but B.I.N.K's a great counter to it because the haze does not apply to it, so it'll put that 4 right back to the attacker. So it's a great unit to have in front of that, for example, but it's good for anything, right? Like, just having a chump blocker that actually does the damage back and can stack something up is really good. It really opens up like Vesta, for example. It is probably right there with Azul Battle Axe in terms of just the great way to get an overburn thing started. I hesitate to say the term overburn build because I feel like that will mislead you into how you want to construct a deck. It's like, very rarely would I say like, oh, just go all in on overburn, right? Like, it's fine to have overburn as a win condition for late game fights, But don't just like only add overburn cards to your deck, because a lot of the overburn cards aren't that good, right? Like Azul Mask, not that good. Azul Candle, not that good. But Bom Mask, really good. I think it's like top A. It's weird for me to rank it compared to the Battle Axe. I do think it's probably better. I think leading up to the final battle, the axe does have the edge on the Bom Mask. I kind of want to put it at the very top A, because I feel like it's not S when I look at the S stuff, but it's certainly just very, very good, the Bom Mask. Hands down in the final fight, though, Bom Mask does a lot more for you than the Azul Mask does. You stack your overburn faster, but you more importantly get a chump block out of it. That chump blocking is going to be quite important, and the overburn is faster. So if you do run a Candle or a Vesta, it'll just be that much less turns. It's probably going to be like an entire less turn in some cases that, you get to that overburn point where you just delete the whole floor. But yeah, not much more to say about it. You chump block. The fact that it has 1 health doesn't matter much. Like if they do 50,000 damage, doesn't matter. It just goes into the unit. There's no trample in this game, so it's not like the damage spills over. And it will eat up a giant hit, and it's reusable. It doesn't consume. That's a big thing too. Keep in mind, it does not consume, so you can keep doing this. It's a unit that has an inherent game plan to it, and it does quite a lot at once. So generally, I would say Fallow Mask definitely better, but Bom Mask not far behind. Not far behind. Very good. Very good. And in some rare cases, I don't know. It'd be tough for me to ever take Bebop over Fallow, to be honest. Maybe if I already had a Fallow Mask, then if I was offered a Fallow and a Bebop, I could see situations where Bebop makes sense, particularly if I had a Vesta. But yeah, it's a great card. And that's it. I don't know if I shouldn't have forgot any unless the tier list didn't put any in. Can't think of any on the top of my head, so guess I can't fit this all into one screen. You know what? We all know this was here, but since I can't fit it into one screen, let's delete that row, and I'll just do this, just so we can all look at it all at one time. So yeah, there we go. I stand by a lot of this. I mean, obviously some of this is subject to change. 100 hours in, I think they'll hopefully add more difficulty to the game. What I need from a deck might change given how difficulty increases, right? Slay the Spire used to only go to Ascension 15, and you could get away with a whole hell of a lot more at Ascension 15 than you could at Ascension 20. So, obviously if they add some more difficulty, which I hope they do, then maybe offense starts to become more enticing. But you'll notice a running theme here is like control is pretty big for me. Nothing in my S tier for items is like really damage based. It's either a tech card or a control card or a defensive card. Probably the highest rated just purely offensive card is the Azul Battle Axe. And it's not even a scaling card. Like the highest rated scaling offensive card I have is Bom Barrel. And that's still technically a debuff, right? It's not even like, in Monster Train I would often rank like an offensive scaling card for your own unit to be very high, right? But that doesn't actually translate to Wildfrost, in my opinion. Because as I've said, you can control a fight and last out for very long periods of time. And that, to me, is a consistent way to win the game. But that's just my thoughts. Anyway, thanks for suffering through it with me. I know that there's no way that we all agree on everything. There's so many items here, so I am always open to any discourse. Any discussion is always fun. I'm just a dumbass at the end of the day. I'm probably wrong on a lot of this, but this is my current thoughts on the game. So anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and until next time, peace.